Somewhere between the hush of sediment and the silence of memory, a different world waits, not one of light or color or sound, but of pressure and stone and time. You're about to drift into that world. Down here, beneath miles of crushing darkness, fossils sleep inside the bones of the earth. Some are twisted, like knots of ancient fire coral. Others still hold the imprint of creatures no one has named, shaped like spirals, wings, or teeth that don't match anything we know. You won't find these in textbooks. Most aren't even catalogued. They were found by mistake, on fractured dives, inside abandoned submersibles, or embedded in rock that surfaced after storms no one could explain. This is not a journey of science. It's a slow drift through forgotten forms, unanswered questions, and the uncanny feeling that the ocean remembers more than it lets on. You're not meant to solve these mysteries. You're meant to feel them, to let the weight of years settle into your breath, to lose track of the surface above, and to dream in the shape of what once lived. So take a deep breath. Adjust your headphones. Let the hum of currents and the hush of narration guide you downward. Before we begin, I want to know, where in the world are you listening from right now? And what time is it, as this story begins? Subscribe if you haven't yet. There are always more mysteries below the surface. Now let's descend into the forgotten fossil record of the sea. In 1899, a strange fossil was unearthed from Permian-age limestone in the Ural Mountains of Russia. A shape unlike anything seen before, it was a perfect coil of teeth, laid out in a tight spiral, like a buzzsaw pressed into stone. No jaw, no skull, just this singular whirl of serrated blades, curled inward with uncanny precision. For years, it defied classification. Some thought it a defensive weapon. Others claimed it was part of a strange shellfish. No one could explain why teeth would grow in a perfect spiral, or how such a structure would function inside a living body. The fossil was eventually named Helicoprion, meaning spiral saw. It belonged to a genus of ancient cartilaginous fish that swam the oceans around 270 million years ago, during the Permian period. And for over a century, no one could agree where the spiral belonged. Some reconstructions placed it outside the mouth, curled like a trunk. Others imagined it spiraling through the throat, or mounted on the snout, like a circular weapon. But the creature's body, soft, cartilaginous, unyielding to fossilization, had disappeared. Only the teeth remained, hundreds of them, layered like gears in a forgotten machine, sharpening one another as they turned. The mystery of Helicoprion lasted until 2013, when digital reconstructions and CT scans of a remarkably preserved fossil from Idaho revealed the truth. The spiral sat in the lower jaw, rotating forward and upward. As new teeth grew in at the back, older ones were pushed toward the center, creating a rolling saw blade of enamel that pulled prey into the mouth and sliced it upward toward a smooth, toothless upper palate. No other known species has fed this way. It didn't clamp, it didn't bite, it sliced. Fossils of Helicoprion have now been discovered in parts of North America, Australia, Russia, and China, usually in shale or marine limestone. Some spirals measure more than 50 centimeters across and contain over 150 individual teeth, evidence of a predator that evolved for relentless precision. It's believed Helicoprion fed on soft-bodied prey like squid and early fish. Its spiral jaw adapted for a world before bones grew thick. Though its body is lost to time, Helicoprion is remembered in the cold curve of its teeth, a fossil not of mass or movement, but of motion repeated, over and over, until even extinction couldn't erase the spiral's form. Long before dinosaurs, before fish had bones, before coral built reefs, there was Anomalocaris, the abnormal shrimp that ruled the seas nearly 520 million years ago. During the Cambrian explosion, its name came from confusion. The first fossils of its body were found in pieces, a mouth here, a tail there, strange frontal appendages, mistaken for shrimp-like creatures. Only later did scientists realize they all belonged to the same animal, an elegant, alien-looking predator, longer than a human arm, slicing through the shallow Cambrian seas with undulating grace. Anomalocaris lived in what is now British Columbia, its fossils preserved in the remarkable Burgess Shale, a fossil bed famous for capturing even soft tissues in exquisite detail. It was one of the earliest true predators, with large grasping arms lined with spines that swept prey into a circular mouth. That mouth, a ring of hard plates that rotated and pulsed like a camera shutter, had no modern comparison. No jaw, no teeth, just a crushing, twisting disc, capable of biting through trilobite shells. It had two stalked eyes, each composed of thousands of lenses, giving it compound vision long before insects would inherit the trait. In a world filled with small, slow, soft-bodied creatures, Anomalocaris was a revolution, an animal built to hunt. The fossil record shows Anomalocaris reached lengths of up to 60 centimeters, possibly more, enormous for its time. It swam by rippling the lobes along its sides, flexing its segmented body in smooth, darting motions. Nothing else in its ecosystem moved like it. Most Cambrian life clung to the seafloor, filter-fed from the water column, or slowly crawled across sediment. Anomalocaris chased. It may have been the ocean's first true pursuit predator, the earliest creature to look upon another and give chase, not out of fear, but hunger. Despite its dominance, no descendants remain. Anomalocaris and its relatives vanished, leaving no direct lineage, but their legacy shaped what followed. Prey grew armor, reflexes sharpened, life reacted to danger for the first time, and at the center of that evolutionary pressure was this smooth-finned shape, gliding like an idea across Cambrian waters. Today, the Burgess Shale still holds its secrets. Fossils of Anomalocaris lie pressed flat in black rock, their soft tissue preserved like memory. What we know of it comes not from bones, but shadows and impressions, delicate, ancient outlines of movement that once changed the rhythm of life beneath the sea. Across ancient seabeds, from Morocco's desert cliffs to England's fossil coast, spiral shapes rest embedded in stone, coiled shells frozen in sediment, perfectly preserved, perfectly silent. These are Ammonites, extinct marine cephalopods, that once filled Earth's oceans by the millions, drifting and darting through water like slow-motion fireworks. Their shells coiled outward from a central axis, chambered and ridged, each spiral marking their growth, each groove echoing a mathematical rhythm older than language. No fossil appears more often in the geological record, and yet each ammonite still tells a story of time, pressure, and sudden extinction. Ammonites evolved from earlier shelled cephalopods in the Devonian period, more than 400 million years ago, and persisted until the end of the Cretaceous, vanishing in the same extinction, but erased the dinosaurs. They came in thousands of shapes: tight coils, open spirals, ridged casings, smooth plates. Some measured just centimeters, others grew larger than car tires. Inside each shell, a soft-bodied creature pulsed, adjusting its buoyancy by filling inner chambers with gas, a natural submarine, floating through prehistoric currents. Predators, prey, and scavengers alike, ammonites were the beating pulse of marine ecosystems for more than 300 million years. The best ammonite fossils come from black shale, limestone, and chalk beds, where anoxic waters kept scavengers at bay and allowed fine silt to settle, undisturbed. Places like the Jurassic coast of Dorset, the Bakken Formation in North America, and the Atlas Mountains of Morocco all yielded immense ammonite beds, entire hillsides layered with their coiled remains. Some are paratized, shimmering gold from iron sulfide. Others are opalized, displaying rainbows of mineral sheen. A few are preserved with ink sacs still intact, a final message from a vanished anatomy. Their closest living relatives are octopuses, squids, and nautiluses. But ammonites had a broader range, a longer lifespan, and a more prolific fossil record than any of them. Paleontologists use ammonites as index fossils because their evolution was so rapid and so widespread that their presence pinpoints geologic layers to precise windows in time. They are not just fossils, they are timestamps, chronometers coiled in stone, evidence that even something once everywhere can still disappear completely, and yet their shapes remain. pressed into walls, cut into jewelry, filed in museum drawers and carved into cliff sides. The spiral holds, the echo continues. In the windswept plateaus of the Moroccan Anti-Atlas Mountains, far from any modern sea, fossil hunters uncover slabs of dark limestone littered with the segmented remains of a long-dead ocean. Among the most remarkable finds are trilobites, ancient marine arthropods, whose exoskeletons preserve some of the earliest forms of complex life. Most trilobites were small, thumb-sized creatures scuttling across the seabed. But in these fossil beds, something else emerges, larger, broader, more intricate. A trilobite nearly 3 feet long, armored like a tank, its ridged body coiled slightly, as if frozen mid-motion. This was no bottom feeder. This was a giant. The species, known as Isotellus rex, is one of the largest trilobites ever found. Though most trilobites disappeared long before the dinosaurs appeared, Isotellus lived during the Ordovician period, over 445 million years ago, when shallow seas covered what is now North Africa and parts of North America. Fossils from Morocco's ancient seabeds are exceptional, often preserving fine details, compound eyes, delicate spines, even the imprint of walking legs. These giants roamed marine environments as slow-moving grazers or scavengers, their size offering both protection and dominance in ecosystems that teemed with shelled mollusks and soft-bodied prey. Trilobites like Isotellus are not just known for their size. They're revered for their design, their bodies divided into 3 longitudinal lobes, giving them their name, and into numerous horizontal segments, each capable of flexing slightly. Some could roll into defensive balls, like underwater pillbugs. Others had long spines for protection. But the Moroccan specimens stand out for their preservation and scale. Many are found in what paleontologists call death assemblages, fossil groupings of multiple trilobites, often overlapping, possibly representing mass molting events, or sudden burial by undersea sediment slides. What makes Morocco's fossil beds so rich is the Maida Basin, a remnant of an ancient marine shelf once connected to the Rake Ocean. Here volcanic ash and fine marine mud work together to preserve entire communities of creatures, not just isolated parts, but ecosystems pressed into stone. When split open, these rocks reveal more than anatomy. They show direction, movement, even behavior frozen in time. Today these slabs travel the world, displayed in natural history museums, sold in markets, studied under microscopes. But each one began as a creature crawling across a long-lost ocean floor. Each segment still gleams with the memory of motion, the rhythm of legs, the glint of eyes, the weight of survival in a sea that no longer exists. Beneath the surface of ancient seas, a predator moved so powerfully, so silently, that it left no full skeleton, only teeth. Massive, triangular, and serrated like the edge of a butcher's blade. These teeth measure over 7 inches long and are found embedded in phosphate-rich seabeds around the world. But one pit in particular, submerged off the coast of South Carolina, has yielded hundreds of them. Dislodged by dredging equipment, the fossils rise from the depths like warning signs from another age. These belong to Megalodon, the largest shark that ever lived. Megalodon, whose name means giant tooth, swam the oceans between 23 and 3.6 million years ago, during the Miocene and Pliocene epochs. Estimates suggest it could reach lengths of 50 to 60 feet, its jaws wide enough to swallow an adult human whole, sideways. It preyed on whales, dolphins and large fish, and its bite force is thought to be among the strongest of any known animal, living or extinct. But its skeleton, like that of all sharks, was made of cartilage and dissolved with time. Only the teeth remain, rows of them, scattered across the seafloor, like shattered glass from a long-sunken cathedral. The phosphate pits of the Atlantic coastal plain, from South Carolina to Florida, are among the richest sources of megalodon teeth. Originally ancient seabeds, these sediments formed during periods of high marine productivity, accumulating layer upon layer of fossilized life. As dredging operations carved into these deposits for fertilizer and minerals, they unearthed something more enduring, Teeth so well preserved that some still retain their enamel gloss, their serrations intact, their weight heavy with geological memory. Divers report the eerie experience of collecting them, swimming through green water above shifting sands, spotting a shadow and brushing it free, revealing a blade that hasn't seen light in millions of years. Museums catalogue them, collectors polish and mount them, children find replicas in gift shops, but each original tells a deeper story, of an ocean dominated by power, of silence broken only by the thrash of tail against current, of a species that ruled, then vanished, leaving behind nothing but the edges of its hunger. In Phosphate, bone does not endure, but enamel does, and so the sea, in its quiet honesty, left behind the sharpest part, the part that bit, the part that never forgot what it meant to feed. On the edge of the Arctic, in a barren stretch of Ellesmere Island, Canada, a discovery surfaced from stone over 375 million years old, a fossilized skull, half buried in layered rock, flat and wide like a crocodile's, with eyes perched atop its head. As paleontologists unearthed more of the skeleton, what emerged was a form suspended between two worlds. Not quite fish, not yet amphibian. The creature was named Tiktaalik, and it captured one of evolution's most elusive transitions, the moment life first began to crawl from water to land. Tiktaalik lived during the late Devonian, in slow, silty river deltas, but emptied into warm inland seas. Its body bore scales and fins, like any other fish of its time, but those fins contained the architecture of limbs, a shoulder, an elbow, a wrist. It could press itself upward, pivot in shallow water, support its weight. It had lungs, yes, but also gills. It could breathe in air when oxygen ran low in thick, stagnant streams, and unlike earlier fish, Tiktaalik had a neck. It could lift its head, turn it side to side, searching the swampy margins for food or safety. The anatomy wasn't symbolic, it was functional, and it worked. The fossil's discovery in 2004 was no accident. Paleontologists specifically targeted Devonian rocks in that region, hoping to find transitional species. What they found exceeded expectations. Not just a partial specimen, but an articulated skeleton with clear indicators of terrestrial adaptation. Tiktaalik's pectoral fins were broad and jointed, suggesting it could prop itself up in shallow water or even maneuver across muddy banks. Its ribs were robust, supporting internal organs against gravity, and though it likely spent most of its life in water, it was clearly preparing, evolving for something more. This was not a missing link in the traditional sense, but a snapshot in the flow of transformation, a fish still ruled by water, but practicing for land. In Tiktaalik, we glimpse the muscle memory of every vertebrate that came after: amphibians, reptiles, mammals, humans. Our own limbs echo the bends of its fins. Our wrists remember its weight. Ellesmere Island is frozen now, a place of silence and ice. But long ago, it was a wetland, lush and warm, filled with strange creatures testing new ground. And in one fossil bed, pressed beneath the stone of a forgotten delta, rests a trailhead, not of footprints, but of possibilities. High above the tides of the English Channel, where chalky cliffs rise in white silence against the wind, the bones of an ancient marine reptile once emerged, vertebra by vertebra, from eroding rock. The skeleton belonged to a plesiosaur, a long-necked predator that cruised the shallow seas of the Jurassic period, more than 150 million years ago. Its body was compact and barrel-shaped, its four flippers shaped like oars, but it was the neck, stretching into a graceful arc, sometimes over 20 feet long, that gave it mythic shape. To the untrained eye, it looked like something imagined, a serpent, a sea dragon, a legend curled in limestone. The English coastline, particularly in Dorset's Jurassic coast, has yielded dozens of such fossils since the early 19th century. Many were first discovered by fossil hunters like Mary Anning, who uncovered the first complete plesiosaur skeleton in 1823. The rock layers in this region, made of marine sediments and ancient seabeds, preserved these creatures with uncanny clarity, ribs still arched, Flipper bones splayed like hands. Some skulls bore rows of sharp interlocking teeth designed to trap fish in sudden strikes. They were fast, buoyant, masters of their watery domain. Plesiosaurs weren't dinosaurs. They were reptiles that returned to the sea, adapting their land-bound lungs and limbs to a fully aquatic life. Unlike fish, they breathed air. Unlike whales, they laid eggs on land, or possibly birthed live young in shallow water. Their anatomy was an evolutionary contradiction. Long necks for stealthy approaches, yet rigid spines that couldn't twist. Instead, they maneuvered by angling their whole bodies, flying underwater with slow, powerful beats of their fins. Fossils found in the cliffs often appear just before the sea claims them. Heavy rains loosen rock, wind and tide do the rest. When a vertebra tumbles onto the sand, it begins a countdown. Collectors know the rhythm. They watch the waves. They climb early, pry carefully, preserving not just bones, but shape, motion, lineage. Some specimens now reside in London museums, their necks still arched, their jaws slightly open, as if startled mid-hunt. And still, when fog curls across those cliffs, and the sea laps quietly at the shore, visitors claim to see something long and pale beneath the water, a shape that moves, then disappears. Not fossil, not shadow, just the idea of something that once ruled this place, and perhaps in memory still does. High in the Canadian Rockies, nearly 8,000 feet above sea level, a fossil bed preserves creatures that once lived beneath an ancient sea. The Burgess Shale, a deposit more than 500 million years old, holds one of the most detailed and mysterious records of early marine life ever discovered. Among its strangest inhabitants is Opabinia, a soft-bodied animal no longer represented anywhere in the modern world. Just a few inches long, its body was flattened like a ribbon, segmented like an insect, and adorned with a fan-like tail. But it was its head, crowned with 5 eyes and a long hose-like proboscis, that left paleontologists stunned. Opabinia lived during the Middle Cambrian period, swimming just above the seafloor, undulating its flaps to glide like a leaf in slow current. Its eyes, 5 protruding orbs mounted on stalks, gave it near-complete panoramic vision, while its flexible proboscis, ending in a claw, reached forward to probe for soft-bodied prey hidden in the sediment. It had no jaws, no teeth. Its mouth sat strangely underneath its head, facing backward, so food had to be folded in from below and behind. When the first reconstructions were shown at a 1970s scientific conference, the room erupted in laughter. No one believed a real creature could look like this, but it was real, and it left its outline in shale. Opabinia is one of evolution's abandoned experiments. It belongs to no modern phylum. It left no descendants. It was part of a Cambrian world teeming with creative anatomy, before natural selection honed life into familiar patterns. Today, it stands as a singular branch on the tree of life, a whisper of biology's improvisation during its early chaos. Its fossils are so delicate that they required perfect preservation, fine silt, low oxygen, rapid burial. The Burgess Shale provided all three, locking Opabinia into the stone not as bone or shell, but as a flattened shadow, a dark ghost with flaring edges and folded limbs. What's preserved isn't just its body, it's its behavior. Fossils show how it swam, what it hunted, where it lived. In some cases, the fossil includes impressions of gut contents, suggesting a diet of small worms and decaying matter. Nothing alive today looks remotely like it. Even among Cambrian fauna, a cast of strange, multi-eyed, soft-bodied wonders, Opabinia remains the outlier. The one that feels invented, but wasn't. In those mountain rocks, once seafloor, its eyes still stare in 5 directions at once. Its trunk still reaches forward, frozen mid-search, and the sea it swam in, long vanished, long buried, still remembers it exactly as it was. When first discovered in the early 19th century, the bones were thought to belong to a giant sea serpent, an elongated spine stretching nearly 60 feet, dotted with vertebrae longer than a man's forearm. The name given was Basilosaurus, meaning king lizard. But it was not a reptile, it was a mammal, an ancient whale, long-bodied and serpentine, that swam the warm, shallow waters of the Tethys Sea some 40 million years ago, during the Eocene epoch. Unlike modern whales, Basilosaurus did not glide with the grace of a giant. Its spine twisted, undulated, coiled through water like a crocodile, a predator that swam with muscle and violence. Its fossils have been uncovered in Egypt, Jordan, Pakistan, and the southern United States, all places that were once connected by that vast inland sea. Most striking of all are the remains found in Wadi el-Hetan, Egypt's Valley of the Whales. Here entire Basilosaurus skeletons rest in the open desert, preserved in the sandstone, where waves once broke over reefs and deltas. These fossils show more than just bones. They preserve context, fish in the stomach cavity, smaller whales bitten and broken beside them. Basilosaurus was not a gentle giant. It fed on sharks, other whales, and anything it could crush in its jaws. Though fully aquatic, Basilosaurus still carried the remnants of land. Tiny hind limbs, useless for swimming, jutted from its flanks, not for walking, but perhaps for mating or balance. Vestiges of legs that had once supported ancestors on shore now hung suspended, halfway dissolved by evolution. Inside its massive skull, long jaws were packed with pointed teeth at the front, slicing molars at the rear, an arsenal for tearing into flesh, not filtering plankton. It didn't breach, it didn't echolocate. Basilosaurus ruled in an age before the gentle giants, before baleen, before sonar. The bones from Wadi el-Hetan are so well preserved that they've been declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Visitors walk through desert heat, following paths where vertebrae rise from the earth, like the keels of sunken ships. Fossils here are not buried, they rest in full view, exposed by wind and time. The desert speaks of an ocean now gone, of a predator whose body stretched like a ribbon across the shallows, whose bones glint white against golden stone. Basilosaurus is a memory of motion, not the whale we know, but the one the ocean tried first, long, lean, and coiled in the current. Beneath the black shale layers of Cleveland, Ohio, fossilized fragments of an armored skull emerged, jagged, thick, and fused like medieval plate armor. What followed was even stranger: bladed jaws, not made of teeth, but sharpened extensions of bone, capable of shearing through flesh and bone with unrelenting force. This was Dunkleosteus, the terror of the Devonian seas, a prehistoric fish over 30 feet long that ruled the waters some 360 million years ago. It had no teeth. It didn't need them. Its jaws were self-sharpening blades, crushing, slicing, snapping through armored prey with the precision of a guillotine. Dunkleosteus belonged to the placoderms, an extinct class of armored fish that represents some of the earliest jawed vertebrates. But none matched its size or ferocity. The head was encased in bone, the rest of the body likely tapered into powerful shark-like muscle. Computer modeling has suggested it could close its jaws with a bite force exceeding 8,000 pounds per square inch, making it one of the most powerful bites in vertebrate history. When it opened its mouth, it created a vacuum, pulling prey in before the crushing blow, a brutal, efficient kill method, perfected before the first trees had taken root on land. Fossils of Dunkleosteus are found in the Cleveland Shale Formation, a rich black sediment laid down in ancient anoxic seas, places where decay was slow and bodies could rest undisturbed. Though few complete skeletons exist, its armored skull plates are common, massive, and unmistakable. Their edges often show wear patterns from feeding, signs that the creature's own jawbones were sharpened with use, honing themselves as they aged. Every bite refined the blade. Some fossil sites show remains of partially digested fish inside Dunkleosteus skeletons. Others contain bone fragments and scales, suggesting that even heavily armored prey, like other placoderms and early sharks, were on the menu. It was not a selective eater. It consumed what it could catch, and it could catch almost anything. Today, its name echoes through museums and paleontology texts, a kind of prehistoric shorthand for unstoppable force. In the dim halls of the Cleveland Museum of Natural History, a full reconstruction looms, mouth agape, bladed jaws gleaming, frozen mid-strike. But the real bones rest in drawers, heavy with sediment, their edges dulled not by time, but by countless collisions with life. Before sharks, before dinosaurs, before forests rose from the earth, there was a fish with a helmet of bone and jaws of cleaving stone. In quarries carved deep into the bedrock of New York, Norway, and Scotland, ancient slabs of sandstone reveal imprints of clawed limbs, jointed tails, and helmet-like carapaces. These are the remains of eurypterids, better known as sea scorpions, fierce aquatic arthropods that once hunted in the shallow seas of the Silurian period, over 430 million years ago. They are among the largest arthropods to have ever existed, with some species reaching lengths of over 8 feet. Their segmented bodies, paddle-like appendages, and spiny claws gave them the eerie grace of something between a lobster and a nightmare. The most famous among them, Jalopterus renaniae, was uncovered in a quarry in Germany, its clawed limbs spanning more than 2 meters. This was not the scuttling creature of tide pools. It was an apex predator in an ecosystem without fish. Eurypterids swam with side-to-side strokes, propelling themselves through coastal lagoons and estuaries, their compound eyes scanning for trilobites, mollusks, or anything slow enough to catch. Some bore massive pincers, others had raptorial forelimbs folded like mantises. They dominated a time before vertebrate jaws had fully formed, a time when the sea's greatest threats wore armor and walked on many legs. In quarries carved deep into the bedrock of New York, Norway, and Scotland, ancient slabs of sandstone reveal imprints of clawed limbs, jointed tails, and helmet-like carapaces. These are the remains of eurypterids, better known as sea scorpions, fierce aquatic arthropods that once hunted in the shallow seas of the Silurian period, over 430 million years ago. They are among the largest arthropods to have ever existed, with some species reaching lengths of over 8 feet. Their segmented bodies, paddle-like appendages, and spiny claws gave them the eerie grace of something between a lobster and a nightmare. The most famous among them, Jalopterus renania, was uncovered in a quarry in Germany, its clawed limbs spanning more than 2 meters. This was not the scuttling creature of tide pools. It was an apex predator in an ecosystem without fish. Eurypterids swam with side-to-side strokes, propelling themselves through coastal lagoons and estuaries, their compound eyes scanning for trilobites, mollusks, or anything slow enough to catch. Some bore massive pincers, others had raptorial forelimbs folded like mantises. They dominated a time before vertebrate jaws had fully formed, a time when the sea's greatest threats wore armor and walked on many legs. Scattered across limestone beds and chalk cliffs from England to Germany, fossil hunters find smooth conical stones, dense and pointed, like miniature bullets carved in stone. These aren't weapons, they're remnants of belemnites, extinct marine cephalopods that flourished during the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, roughly 200 to 66 million years ago. Though their bodies were soft and squid-like, what remains today is their internal skeleton, a hard cylindrical structure known as the rostrum. It's this fossilized part that survives the eons, its weight and shape preserved long after the soft animal dissolved into the sea. Belemnites were cousins of today's squids and cuttlefish. They had tentacles, ink sacs, and jet propulsion, agile hunters, darting through ancient seas in pursuit of crustaceans and small fish. Their rostrum sat at the rear of the body, balancing them in motion like a built-in counterweight. In life they moved with elegance and speed, their torpedo-shaped bodies adapted for fast maneuvering in open water. Some species measured just a few inches, others stretched over 2 feet in length. They traveled in shoals, cast ink to escape predators, and lived in oceans that swarmed with ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, and early sharks. Belemnite fossils are so abundant that they've been known for centuries, sometimes mistaken for flint tools or thunderbolts fallen from the sky. In England's chalk downs and Germany's Solmhofen limestone, Entire rock layers are seeded with their fossil cores, aligned in gentle curves, as if frozen mid-drift. Some are found alongside ink sacs still intact, their contents chemically similar to that of modern cephalopods. These are rare glimpses not just of structure, but of survival tactics. The chemistry of panic, preserved in rock. One of the most remarkable fossil sites is Holzminden, Germany, where slabs of oil shale preserve belemnites, with their soft tissues still outlined in carbon. Fins, hooks on their arms, even traces of muscular mantle walls appear as dark shadows against stone. These rare impressions offer paleontologists a near-complete look at animals once thought known only by their bullet-shaped cores. Belemnites vanished in the same extinction that ended the age of dinosaurs, but their shape endures, in chalk cliffs, riverbeds, and fossil drawers. Each rostrum is a tapering monument to movement, carved not by hand, but by biology's long experiment in speed and survival. And though they no longer dart through oceans, their spines still point forward, frozen in the current of deep time. In a slab of grey shale from southern Germany, the stone holds not just the fossil of a marine reptile, but the shape of something deeper. Curled inside the body cavity of the adult are smaller skeletons, delicate and incomplete, their spines barely formed, their skulls tilted forward as if still waiting to emerge. These are ichthyosaur embryos, preserved inside their mother at the moment of death. Over 180 million years ago, this creature swam the warm seas of the early Jurassic, pregnant with life, and died before those lives could surface. The moment was sealed in sediment, and that sediment in stone. What remains is a snapshot of reproduction, caught mid-birth in a world long lost. Ichthyosaurs were marine reptiles, not fish, air-breathing, fast-swimming, sleek as dolphins, with enormous eyes and long snouts filled with conical teeth. They evolved from land-dwelling reptiles that returned to the sea, eventually becoming so adapted to marine life that they gave birth in water, bypassing the need for land entirely. This fossil, found in the Holzminden Shale, reveals one of the earliest and clearest examples of viviparity, live birth, in reptiles. One embryo is frozen in the birth canal, its head already exiting the mother's body. The rest lie nestled in her abdomen, waiting. What makes this discovery extraordinary is not just the preservation of embryos, but the context they provide. It confirms that ichthyosaurs birthed their young tail first, an adaptation to prevent drowning during labor, seen today in whales and dolphins. Their reproductive strategy was entirely marine. No return to shore, no eggs buried in sand. Evolution had committed them wholly to the sea, and the fossil shows it, a lineage of breath-holders, born swimming. These types of fossils are exceptionally rare. The Holzminden site, with its anoxic seafloor conditions and fine-grained shale, allowed for preservation not just of bone, but sometimes skin, internal organs, and outlines of muscle. In this case, the bones of both mother and young remain articulated, unscattered by scavengers, sealed quickly by sediment in a quiet death. To see them is to stand before time paused, the hunter turned into sanctuary, the body that was supposed to give life now holding its children forever. The sea, indifferent as always, took them all. But the stone tells what the water never could. That birth was near, that life was ready, that breath, just once, nearly broke the surface, before sinking into the memory of the world. In the shadows of the Burgess Shale, where soft-bodied Cambrian creatures were frozen in black silt over 500 million years ago, one fossil left scientists bewildered for decades. Its body was narrow and segmented, lined with long spines jutting upward like a row of sharpened needles. Beneath, a series of soft, tentacle-like limbs trailed loosely in the rock. This was Helicoprion, a creature so alien in form that its first reconstruction was drawn upside down, spines imagined as legs, the head mistaken for a tail. It took decades of study and new fossils to realize the truth. The bizarre was real, and even stranger than imagined. Helicoprion was just over a centimeter long, yet it holds a vast place in the evolutionary record. It belonged to a group of early lobopodians, worm-like creatures that may be ancestral to modern velvet worms and arthropods. Its body bore pairs of fleshy legs, tipped with claws on the underside, while rigid dorsal spines likely served as defense. A bulbous head with simple eyes and a mouth full of conical teeth completed the form. But the asymmetry, the confusion of parts, made it a puzzle. Early paleontologists could not agree on which side was up, which end was forward, or even whether it was a single organism. The name Hallucigenia reflects its baffling form, a dreamlike, almost surreal anatomy that seemed like an evolutionary hallucination. But new discoveries from both Canada and China eventually clarified its structure, revealing repeated patterns of leg pairs, internal organs, and a better defined head. Once considered an evolutionary misfit, it is now recognized as an important branch in the tree of life, showing how early experimentation in body plans shaped the future of segmented animals. The Burgess Shale preserved Hallucigenia in exquisite detail, enough that scientists could reconstruct its nervous system and the microstructure of its claws. Under electron microscopes, tiny bristles and sensory features emerged, suggesting this miniature creature navigated its world with far more sophistication than its size implied. It walked on clawed limbs. It bristled with defenses. It fed with a circular throat lined with spines, possibly suctioning microorganisms from the seafloor. What remains in stone is not just confusion, but humility, a reminder that evolution does not move in straight lines, and nature does not conform to our sense of logic. Hallucigenia crawled through ancient mud in silence, and when it vanished, it took its blueprint with it. But for a moment, it was real. It walked, it survived, and now it sleeps, spine up, leg down, in shale that holds the memory of its impossible grace. In the wind-swept reaches of Morocco's Atlas Mountains, far from any living shoreline, fossil diggers uncover slabs of limestone etched with spirals. Dozens, sometimes hundreds, all packed together, smooth coils pressed flat into stone, some large as dinner plates, others no wider than a coin. These are nautiloids, ancient relatives of the modern nautilus, and what lies here is no ordinary deposit. It's a graveyard, a seabed sealed by time, preserving the mass death of an entire drifting population. Over 400 million years ago, during the Devonian period, these deep-water cephalopods floated through the shallow Tethys Sea, navigating by jet propulsion, their chambers carefully calibrated for neutral buoyancy. And then, something happened. A sudden burial. A current turned toxic. A change in pressure. The sea took them all in a single breath, and forgot. The rock that preserved them is known as Orthosaurus limestone, named for one of the most common nautiloid genera it contains. Unlike their modern descendants, many early nautiloids had long, straight shells, cone-like and narrow, tapering to a point. Some curved gently like tusks, others coiled tightly in the style more familiar today. Inside each shell, the animal lived in just the last chamber, extending tentacles forward while its body floated behind. As it grew, it sealed off old chambers, filling them with gas or fluid to control depth. These creatures were elegant, efficient drifters, and they ruled the oceans long before fish had bones. The fossil beds of Morocco are among the richest in the world for nautiloids, and their abundance tells a deeper story. These graveyards likely formed in quiet, oxygen-poor basins, where dead organisms sank and decomposed slowly. With few scavengers and soft, fine sediment, entire shells were preserved without damage, lying side by side like fallen trees in a windless forest. Some slabs displayed dozens in parallel, all oriented the same way, suggesting they were caught in a current or buried together by a sudden event. These mass assemblages offer a snapshot of population dynamics, movement patterns, even behavior, all written in spirals of stone. Today, slabs of Orthosaurus limestone are carved into countertops, sinks, paperweights. The fossils are polished, their black matrix gleaming, the white chambers cut clean and sharp. But behind the decor lies a vanished ecosystem, not just a collection of shells, but a mass extinction sealed in rock. Each fossil is a sealed capsule of chemistry, architecture, and biology. And though the nautiloids still exist today, distant cousins drifting through deep Indo-Pacific waters, the ones here are long extinct. Their coils no longer fill with gas, their tentacles no longer reach, but the rock still remembers their shape, and the silence that followed their final drift. But the rock still remembers their shape, and the silence that followed their final drift. From the depths of the Cambrian explosion, in sediment once submerged beneath shallow seas of what is now British Columbia, a fossil emerged unlike anything else, large, segmented, and unlike any known animal. For decades its parts were misidentified as belonging to several creatures. A strange ring was called a jellyfish, a pair of curved appendages mistaken for shrimp. Only later did paleontologists realize they all belonged to one animal. This was Anomalocaris, meaning abnormal shrimp, and it was the apex predator of the Cambrian seas, swimming with undulating lobes and hunting with grasping, spiked arms that curved like scythes toward a circular, toothed mouth. At nearly a meter long, it was gigantic for its time, a terror in a world barely learning how to see, to swim, to survive. Anomalocaris had no bones, no shell, no hard armor, yet its soft tissues were preserved with remarkable detail in the Burgess Shale. Its body tapered into a tail fan, while rows of flaps along its sides allowed it to glide with grace and control. Two stalked eyes, mounted high, scanned the sea floor and the midwater. Its mouth, a circular jaw of overlapping plates, resembled a pineapple ring, but it was built to crush. Trilobites, once thought invincible with their calcified shells, were found with bite marks matching Anomalocaris's strange dental pattern. It was one of the first complex hunters, and perhaps the first creature to rule by vision. The fossil beds of Morocco are among the richest in the world for nautiloids, and their abundance tells a deeper story. These graveyards likely formed in quiet, oxygen-poor basins, where dead organisms sank and decomposed slowly. With few scavengers and soft, fine sediment, entire shells were preserved without damage, lying side by side like fallen trees in a windless forest. Some slabs displayed dozens in parallel, all oriented the same way, suggesting they were caught in a current or buried together by a sudden event. These mass assemblages offer a snapshot of population dynamics, movement patterns, even behavior, all written in spirals of stone. Today, slabs of Orthosaurus limestone are carved into countertops, sinks, paperweights. The fossils are polished, their black matrix gleaming, the white chambers cut clean and sharp. But behind the decor lies a vanished ecosystem, not just a collection of shells, but a mass extinction sealed in rock. Each fossil is a sealed capsule of chemistry, architecture, and biology. And though the nautiloids still exist today, distant cousins drifting through deep Indo-Pacific waters, the ones here are long extinct. Their coils no longer fill with gas, their tentacles no longer reach, but the rock still remembers their shape, and the silence that followed their final drift. But the rock still remembers their shape, and the silence that followed their final drift. Along ancient seafloors now turned to stone in Europe, North Africa, and the Americas, enormous coiled shells once drifted in the warm open waters of the late Cretaceous. These were Ammonites, marine cephalopods related to modern squids and octopuses, but encased in spirals of ornate, chambered armor. Some measured over 2 meters across. The largest, like Parapazosia sepenredensis, had shells wide enough to rival a grown man in height. They floated not with brute strength, but with careful buoyancy, controlling their position in the water column through gas-filled chambers that could be sealed or flooded at will. In shape, they resemble the Nautilus. In function, they were something else entirely, more complex, more aggressive, more evolved for a sea that swarmed with reptiles and giants. These Ammonites moved by jet propulsion, expelling water from a muscular siphon and steering with fin-like lobes that extended from their soft bodies. Their tentacles ringed a beak-like mouth, and some species bore rows of tiny teeth within their radula, a rasping tongue used to scrape or tear prey. Many had intricate suture patterns etched into their shell walls, fractal lines where the internal chambers joined, each curve a record of structural strength and evolutionary refinement. These sutures weren't decoration, they were adaptations to pressure, letting the shell grow large without collapsing at depth. Their patterns are unique to each species, and paleontologists use them as keys to identify the age and identity of the fossil. Fossil beds across the globe preserve these ammonites in astonishing numbers. In the chalk beds of England, the limestone quarries of Germany, and the marine shales of Texas and South Dakota, their shells appear in full spiral, often alongside predator bite marks, circular gouges from mosasaurs, scratches from fish teeth, even signs of healing that hint at narrow escapes. Some specimens are found with pearls formed inside, the result of irritation or infection sealed by nacre over time. Others contain rare traces of the soft body itself, preserved as a ghost-like impression curled inside the final chamber. Their extinction came suddenly, at the close of the Cretaceous, alongside the dinosaurs and much of the marine megafauna. When the asteroid struck, it changed everything: the chemistry of the oceans, the food webs, the light itself. Ammonites, so prolific and adaptive for hundreds of millions of years, were gone in what the rock record suggests was an instant. Only the Nautilus, distant and more primitive, survived in the deep, but the spirals remain, embedded in cliffs, weathering from outcrops, passed from hand to hand in museums and markets. To hold one is to cradle a vanished blueprint, a silence that once pulsed with life, drifting and rising through seaways lost to time. Their chambers are empty now, but the curve still tells the story of balance, of pressure, and of a beauty that evolved by necessity. High in the desert canyons of western Utah, beneath sun-scorched mesas and sagebrush flats, lies a fossil treasure trove formed over 500 million years ago. The Wheeler Shale, a Cambrian formation once part of an ancient inland sea, preserves entire communities of marine life in astonishing detail. Most notably, trilobites. These armored arthropods, among the earliest complex animals to walk the seafloor, left behind a staggering abundance of fossils here. Their exoskeletons, segmented like tiny shields, appear by the hundreds in quarry slabs. Some clustered in motion, others curled in death, legs tucked beneath them, as if bracing for something that never came. Trilobites were diverse, adaptable, and highly successful. Ranging from a few millimeters to nearly a foot long, they scuttled across the seabed scavenging detritus or filter-feeding particles from the water. Many had compound eyes, some of the first in evolutionary history, formed from calcite lenses that could detect motion, depth, and light direction. Some had long backward-sweeping spines. Others bore antennae, ridged segments or fringed legs. They were modular machines built for survival in sediment-rich waters, and their hard exoskeletons fossilized easily, leaving behind a fossil record that spans over 270 million years. The Wheeler Shale stands out because of its preservation. In certain layers, the fossils are not just common, they are exquisite. Soft-bodied creatures are found here as well, rare and delicate, lying beside trilobites like forgotten ghosts. In some cases, trilobites are preserved in mid-molt, their segmented bodies splitting open to shed their outer shell. Others are seen in lines or clusters, possibly evidence of group behavior or migration. A few lie inverted, suggesting a sudden burial by underwater mudflows or oxygen-poor conditions that froze their final moments in place. Collecting trilobites from the Wheeler Shale is an industry now, with hand chisels and air scribes used to extract each specimen carefully from the grey-green rock. But beyond the commerce lies a deeper rhythm, a hum of ancient complexity. Every trilobite is a solved equation of symmetry, vision, locomotion. They were early, but they were not simple. They changed forms, dominated habitats, survived extinctions and adapted for eons, until the great dying at the end of the Permian swept them all away. And yet they remain, engraved in stone with remarkable clarity, as if the earth itself took special care to remember them. Their shells are gone, their world erased, but in Utah's fossil beds, their bodies still face forward, marching forever across a sea that has long since turned to dust. In the fine-grained limestone of Solnhofen, Germany, where the stone splits like pages of an ancient book, the outline of a marine reptile was found, delicate, precise, and almost impossible. Its body was long and streamlined, with flippered limbs, a tapering tail, and a slender skull filled with needle-like teeth. But what stopped paleontologists cold was what framed its shape, a halo of soft, feather-like filaments, radiating from its skin like primitive plumage. This was not a bird, nor a dinosaur. It was a sea-dwelling reptile, and its fossil was unlike anything seen before. The specimen, known as Scaphognathus crassirostris, had long been known from earlier finds, but never like this. This one suggested insulation, perhaps thermoregulation, perhaps something more. The Solnhofen limestone, a late Jurassic lagoon deposit over 145 million years old, is famous for its preservation of soft tissues, from the feathers of Archaeopteryx to the flight membranes of pterosaurs and the trailing ink sacs of ancient squid. In these calm oxygen-poor waters, the dead sank undisturbed, and bacterial films etched their shapes into the sediment. In this case, the reptile's filaments, once dismissed or overlooked, began to tell a new story. They weren't true feathers, but they resembled them, and they weren't isolated. Similar structures had been seen on pterosaurs, and even some ichthyosaurs, hinting at a broader evolutionary theme, that insulation, texture, and thermoregulation were not limited to land-dwelling creatures. The implications of such a fossil ripple outward. If marine reptiles bore feather-like coverings, it suggests their metabolism was higher than previously thought, perhaps warm-blooded, or at least partially endothermic. It challenges the boundary between scales and feathers, between reptiles and birds. It also hints at parallel evolution, a soft-bodied solution to the thermal demands of a marine environment, where warmth was as vital as speed or stealth. What had once been a flat grey slab, now flickered with colour and complexity, an entire ecology refracted through a fringe of filaments. Scaphognathus itself was a glider of sorts, more likely airborne than aquatic in daily life, though its remains among marine sediment suggest it may have hunted near water or died in the shallows. Its bones are light but well-formed, and its teeth, curved, close-set, speak of a diet that may have included fish or invertebrates. It was not the biggest, nor the strangest of its kind, but it offered something rare, a glimpse beneath the skin, a memory of the surface that once held heat and life. And now, that memory is pressed between layers of stone, not just a skeleton, but a texture, a whisper of softness in a world we thought was only scale and bone. In Solnhofen, where even silence is preserved, this reptile still drifts, suspended, as if gliding across a sea of limestone light. In the sunlit hills of Hekel and Shule, Lebanon, fossil hunters split slabs of creamy limestone and reveal the impossible sharks. Not just teeth, which fossilize easily, but entire bodies. Cartilage, gills, skin outlines, even the shapes of fins and internal organs. These are the ghostly remnants of Cretaceous sharks, preserved in full from an era over 90 million years ago, when a warm tropical sea blanketed what is now the Middle East. The limestone formed in deep, still waters devoid of scavengers, where low oxygen slowed decay. In that suspended silence, even the softest tissues had time to leave a trace. What the world usually loses, the rock here remembers. Among the best preserved are species like Cretoxyrina and Squalicarax, ancient cousins of modern macos and tiger sharks. Their teeth alone tell of carnivory, serrated blades made for slicing flesh and bone. But in these stones their full profiles come into view. Muscles are visible beneath the skin. Liver outlines sit behind the jaws, fins taper and curve as if the animal might still move. One specimen reveals skin texture, rough with dermal denticles, the tiny scales that reduce drag and give sharks their sandpaper feel. It's not just biology on display, it's behavior fossilized in form. These weren't passive drifters, they were apex predators in a sea dense with life. The limestone of Lebanon doesn't just preserve isolated creatures, it captures ecosystems. Many of the shark fossils are found alongside fish, crustaceans, and even marine reptiles like Mosasaurus, forming a tableau of interaction. Some sharks appear to have died mid-feed, their jaws agape, smaller fish still in their mouths. Others show signs of trauma, broken teeth, crushed fins, bite marks from larger predators. In one slab, the curve of a shark's body twists unnaturally, as if caught in a last moment of struggle. These are not posed displays, they are accidents of sediment and time, capturing death in the instant before disappearance. Because cartilage rarely fossilizes, most shark history is known only from teeth. But here, in this narrow band of rock, the full animal reappears. The curvature of the spine, the angle of the tail, the taper of the snout, all recorded in stone. These fossils have shaped modern understanding of shark evolution, physiology, and ancient ocean dynamics. They show how early sharks balanced power and stealth, how they adapted to prey, and how their forms have remained remarkably consistent for over 400 million years. Now the slabs are lifted from the hills, cut and polished, studied in laboratories, and displayed behind museum glass. The sharks within do not swim anymore, but they still glide in profile, preserved not just in body, but in the quiet perfection of stone, where even cartilage casts a shadow. Across the wind-swept coastlines of Saaremaa, an island in the Baltic Sea, ancient coral reefs lie exposed in the limestone cliffs, not bleached and dying like today's reefs, but fossilized entirely, transformed into rock over 400 million years of geological pressure. These reefs are made of tabulate corals, an extinct order that once built sprawling, honeycombed structures in the shallow waters of the Silurian period. Unlike modern reef builders, these corals formed horizontal layers, tables of calcite tubes, where colonial animals lived in tightly packed hexagonal chambers, stacked side by side, like the cells of a hive. What remains is more than a pattern. It's a frozen reef, not a snapshot, but a system, a full ecosystem sealed in carbonate stone. Tabulate corals lacked the branching sprawl of modern species like Acropora, but their strength lay in uniformity. Colony after colony grew into wide mounds and ridges, often in association with stromatoporoids, sponge-like organisms that added mass and rigidity to the reef. In life, these reef systems teemed with early fish, trilobites, brachiopods, and cephalopods. Their carbonate frameworks created habitats, filtered water, and anchored the seafloor. The limestone that encases them today is quarried for roads and buildings, its texture visibly marked with coral cross-sections, circles, fans, and lattices of pale stone laced through with the architecture of ancient growth. Some of the best preserved fossil reefs in Estonia's Silurian layers reveal not just coral shapes, but the interactions between organisms. Small burrows wind through the coral base, left by worms and arthropods that once tunneled beneath the colony. Crinoid stems, sea lilies with feathery arms, lie preserved nearby, attached to the higher ridges of coral domes. These reef systems were dynamic, layered with depth zones, light gradients, and predator-prey relationships. In the fossil record, their complexity is not erased, only stilled. Tabulate corals thrived for over 200 million years, but disappeared during the Permian-Triassic extinction, the greatest mass extinction in Earth's history. Their structures, however, remain, silent blueprints of community and resilience. Unlike many fossilized creatures that lie flattened and fragmented, these corals endure in 3 dimensions. Some are so well preserved that their walls and septa, the partitions within each coral tube, are visible under a hand lens, etched as finely as if they were still alive. In the coalfields of Illinois, within ironstone nodules cracked open by hand, the ghost of something once fluid is found, a ring, a ripple, a radial bloom caught mid-pulse. These are the jellyfish of the Mazon Creek Lagerstätte, one of the few places on Earth where soft-bodied marine life from the Carboniferous period has been preserved in detail. Over 300 million years ago, these creatures drifted through estuaries and deltaic bays, bell-shaped bodies, propelled by pulses of water, trailing thin tentacles in the current. When they died, they fell gently into silty bottoms and were quickly buried by sediment rich in iron and organic material. There, sealed in an oxygen-poor cocoon, even their ephemeral forms, the ones least likely to fossilize, were captured. The jellyfish found here are not impressions of skeletons or shells, but subtle compressions of tissue. Fossils like Essexella acherae display concentric rings, bell contours, and sometimes hints of oral arms, so faint that they appear almost as stains in stone. These fossils reveal more than anatomy. They show posture, collapse, the sag of a soft body settling into mud. While most jellyfish in the fossil record are known only from a handful of localities, Mazon Creek offers dozens, preserved with astonishing regularity. They speak to an ancient sea that was shallow, warm, and full of creatures that left almost no mark, except here. Mazon Creek's preservation owes itself to rapid burial and mineralization. The jellyfish and other organisms were sealed inside concretions, small rounded nodules formed by the chemical interaction of decaying organic matter with iron in the surrounding sediment. Inside each one, a delicate world remained untouched for hundreds of millions of years. Crack one open, and you find a jellyfish in mid-drift, frozen not by ice, but by chemistry and time. These fossils helped rewrite assumptions about what could be preserved. Before Mazon Creek, it was thought that only hard-bodied animals could fossilize with clarity. But here, worms, sea cucumbers, anemone-like forms, and jellyfish appear regularly, adding dimension to an ancient estuarine world. Some researchers believe storms or tidal surges flushed marine organisms into quieter sediment traps, where death and fossilization followed quickly. The site even preserves traces of movement, faint trails, collapsed bells, sometimes oriented as if in a final drift or fall. In most fossil beds, jellyfish vanish. Here, they endure, not in bones, but in whispers, in gentle curves of sediment that remember what water once shaped. The creatures are long gone, the sea is gone, but inside these nodules, the memory of something soft, translucent, and alive still pulses quietly in stone. In the siltstone of Yunnan Province, China, beneath rice paddies and rolling hills, lies one of the oldest windows into vertebrate evolution, the Chengjiang biota, dated to over 518 million years ago. Here, the first hints of what would become fish, and eventually, all vertebrate life, are pressed into the ancient seabed like delicate signatures. Among them is Mylacon, a jawless creature, scarcely 3 centimeters long, with a slender, eel-like body and a stiffened notochord, the early blueprint of a spine. Along its flanks run tiny, overlapping scales, some of the earliest known structures of their kind. These primitive dermal elements are not armor or display. They are survival, etched into a creature that moved with muscle, not just instinct, through a world still learning how to swim. The scales themselves are minute, ridged, patterned, and composed of simple mineralized tissue. Their arrangement suggests both protection and flexibility, like shingles laid over a soft, mobile core. Mylacon lacked jaws, but it had gills, a streamlined body, and paired eyes, marking it as one of the first truly vertebrate-like animals in the fossil record. And while it would be dwarfed by even a fingerling today, its presence carries immense evolutionary weight. It represents the moment when vertebrates diverged from the anonymous soup of soft-bodied life and began to assert form, pattern, and direction. The preservation of such detail is only possible in a site like Zhenjiang, where rapid burial in fine-grained sediment and anoxic bottom conditions created fossil beds that rival the famed Burgess Shale in Canada. Soft tissue, muscle bands, organs, and skin impressions are captured in fine fidelity. Within these layers, Mylacon, Helicoprion, and other early chordates rest, not just as impressions of bodies, but as evidence of a new kind of motion. These creatures didn't just drift, they swam. They had segmented musculature and notochords that flexed with intent, and along their sides, the earliest scales formed like armor from within, protecting a lineage that would one day walk on land. These are not the scales of modern fish. They lack the enamel, the intricate layering, the pigmentation, but they are where it began, nature testing form in increments, adding durability to design. Fossils of Helicoprion even show a subtle head shield, not hard bone, but a thickening of tissue, a foreshadowing of skulls to come. To see one under magnification is to look into the beginning of identity, when vertebrates first wore themselves like blueprints, layer by layer. In a world without bones, these tiny creatures laid the foundation. Their scales no longer shimmer, but their outline remains, embedded in rock that speaks softly of the first spines that ever turned toward the light. In the arid heart of Western Australia, far from any present-day ocean, lies a fossil site that once teemed with armored fish, creatures with plated heads, jointed jaws, and bodies encased in thick dermal bone. This is the Gogo Formation, a late Devonian reef system, more than 380 million years old, now preserved as limestone outcrops in the Kimberley region. What sets Gogo apart from nearly every other fossil site on Earth is its preservation, not just bones, but three-dimensional skeletons, still articulated, many with soft tissue, blood vessels, and muscle strands intact. Among these are placoderms, the earliest jawed vertebrates, who once swam here in numbers too great to count. Their fossilized remains cluster in bone beds, mass assemblages, where reef collapse or sudden burial sealed a moment of ecological density. Placoderms were among the first fish to evolve jaws, and Gogo yields some of the most informative specimens ever found. Their head and thorax were armored with fused bone plates, hinged at the neck to allow movement, a sort of prehistoric helmet with mobility. One genus, Bothriolpis, had limb-like pectoral fins, suggesting an early step toward terrestrial motion. Another, Masterpiece Attenborough, preserved in stunning detail, became the first known example of a vertebrate giving live birth, the embryo still attached by umbilical cord inside the fossilized mother. That fossil alone rewrote the timeline of vertebrate reproduction. The Gogo Formation's marine environment was a shallow tropical reef lagoon filled with sponge gardens, brachiopods, and primitive corals. When these fish died, they sank into soft lime-rich mud, where decay was slow and mineralization fast. The result: fossils preserved in 3 dimensions, not flattened or fragmented, but held in form as though still swimming. Many of these specimens are encased in limestone nodules, painstakingly removed grain by grain, with weak acid baths, to reveal every plate, every joint, every trace of skin and eye structure beneath. Placoderms dominate the site, but the bone beds contain more than just individuals. They contain relationships, predation marks, healed wounds, and even juvenile fish, clustering near adults, suggest complex behavior, even social patterns. Jaw bones show the early evolution of biting, shifting away from filter-feeding ancestors. Internal organs, like livers and heart chambers, have even been studied from these fossils, giving scientists unparalleled insight into the inner workings of early vertebrate anatomy. Today, these fish are long extinct. Their armored forms no longer stir in warm lagoons, but in the stone of Gogo, they remain, sharp-jawed, joint-necked, and perfectly posed, as if awaiting the tide. Each fossil is a moment both beautiful and brutal, evolution encased in limestone, and time caught mid-thought. Layered into the slate-grey hills of Scotland's southern uplands, ribbons of ancient shale unfold like forgotten scrolls, and upon them, fine black traces drift in parallel lines, as if painted by a calligrapher's hand. These are graptolites, colonial animals that once floated through the Ordovician and Silurian oceans in enormous numbers, suspended in the open water like living streamers. Each fossil resembles a thin twig, serrated with minuscule cups, each one a housing chamber for a tiny zooid, an individual animal in a larger colonial body. Graptolites were planktonic drifters, filtering nutrients from the water as they moved with currents, and when they died, their chitinous skeletons drifted downward into fine seabed mud, creating fossil-rich black shales that today tell the story of an ocean that once shimmered with threads of life. Unlike the shells or bones of other marine creatures, graptolite fossils are flattened carbon films, impressions of proteinaceous structures, preserved in extraordinary numbers. Some rock layers in the southern uplands contain millions of specimens, stacked layer upon layer across kilometers of exposed shale. Species like Didymograptus and Monograptus are used to date the rocks themselves. Their short evolutionary windows and rapid global spread make them index fossils, geological timestamps etched into stone. Each species has a unique shape: straight, curved, spiral, or forked. Their morphology changed quickly, and their extinction patterns reveal major shifts in oceanic chemistry, temperature, and biodiversity. The graptolites of Scotland are not just paleontological tools, they are fossils of rhythm and repetition. Whole colonies floated as unified bodies, with new zooids budding from the growing end like leaves on a branch. They lived in unison, each one filtering, feeding, and reproducing in concert with the rest. Some grew in coiled spirals that may have spun through the water, maximizing nutrient intake. Others stretched out in long feather-like arrangements. When entire swarms died, their bodies sank together, quiet, synchronized, and strange, forming dense laminations that hardened into rock. These fossils are often barely visible until the slate is split along just the right plane. Then, under angled light, they gleam faintly like ink, each line a trace of structure too delicate to be otherwise preserved. Scientists use them not only to reconstruct ancient life, but to understand oceanic currents, sedimentation rates, and climate cycles from hundreds of millions of years ago. Today, graptolites are extinct, their lineage long erased, but their legacy remains in museum drawers, quarry walls, and highland slopes, where grey stone peels back to reveal the silent procession of drifting life. What once flowed with the ocean's pulse is now still, a black shimmer in shale that speaks of deep time and deeper oceans. Tabulate corals thrived for over 200 million years, but disappeared during the Permian-Triassic extinction, the greatest mass extinction in Earth's history. Their structures, however, remain silent blueprints of community and resilience. Unlike many fossilized creatures that lie flattened and fragmented, these corals endure in 3 dimensions. Some are so well preserved that their walls and septa, the partitions within each coral tube, are visible under a hand lens, etched as finely as if they were still alive. Beneath the wheat fields and chalk bluffs of Kansas, in what was once a vast inland sea stretching across North America, lies the ghost of a swimmer that moved with patience and precision. In the soft white layers of the Niobrara Formation, paleontologists uncovered one of the earliest true sea turtles ever found. Toxoshi, a late Cretaceous reptile over 80 million years old. Its fossil was nearly complete: a domed shell with broad flippered limbs, a narrow skull with hooked jaws, and the unmistakable adaptations of a life spent in open water. Where once Ammonites spiraled and mosasaurs hunted, this quiet creature cruised through the shallows and the depths, built not for speed but for endurance. Toxoshis bore all the hallmarks of modern sea turtles, but in simpler form. Its limbs were fully transformed into flippers, its body streamlined, its lungs adapted to slow, deep breaths. Though it could still come ashore to lay eggs, the fossil record suggests its life was spent almost entirely at sea. The Niobrara Sea teemed with fish, squid, and predators, but Toxoshis found its niche, feeding on soft-bodied prey and drifting with the currents. Its shell, thinner than a tortoise's, traded armor for agility, a compromise that marked a transition from land dweller to open ocean navigator. The preservation of Toxoshis in the Niobrara chalk is a result of the sea's unique chemistry, rich in calcium carbonate, with slow sedimentation and periods of low oxygen near the seafloor. Creatures that sank here often settled gently, covered over by fine chalk that eventually hardened into stone. The result: fossils of remarkable clarity, often articulated, sometimes even retaining traces of skin or internal structure. Entire skeletons of Toxoshis have been found with flippers extended, as if still gliding, suspended mid-motion in a sea that is no longer there. This turtle is more than just a specimen. It is a record of transition, of movement from the terrestrial to the pelagic. It reflects an ancient engineering solution that still works today. Modern sea turtles trace their ancestry back through millions of years, and Toxoshis stands at a pivotal point in that lineage. Not primitive, not advanced, but perfectly suited for its time. Its presence in the fossil record bridges past and present, reminding us that survival often comes not from dominance, but from quiet adaptation. Today, chalk hills erode under sun and rain, revealing bones where the sea once roared. Toxoches no longer paddles through warm inland currents, but its shape, the curve of its shell, the stretch of its limbs, remains etched into stone, the silent echo of a swimmer who moved through ancient seas with timeless grace. In the quiet grey rock of New York's Tully limestone, beneath layers of shale that once formed the seabed of a Devonian marine shelf, lie the impressions of creatures without jaws, slender, finless bodies, armored only at the head, gliding silently through warm Paleozoic waters. These are the agnathians, the earliest vertebrates, and among them, species like Galeospida and Cephalaspis mark a stage of life where motion preceded bite. No jaws, no paired fins, just a flat head shield, gill openings, and a notochord that moved like a bowstring through the water. Their world was still one of sediment and shadow, but these creatures navigated it by feel, bottom dwellers that sifted through the mud for sustenance, long before teeth became tools. The fossils found in the Tully Formation preserve these jawless fish not as full skeletons, but as ghost-like impressions in carbonate-rich shale. Their head plates, shaped like horseshoes or shields, often remain intact, a mosaic of bone that once protected delicate sensory systems. Beneath the armor lay the origins of modern vertebrate structure: simple eyes, a dorsal nerve cord, the first vertebral arches. These fish may look primitive by today's standards, but they represent the earliest experiments in coordination, in direction, in shaping the front of the body to perceive and respond to the world around it. The Tully limestone, dated to over 380 million years ago, was part of a shallow epicontinental sea, teeming with trilobites, brachiopods, and corals. In its quiet basins, fine silt settled gently, perfect for fossil preservation. Some agnathan fossils here are found alongside marine worms and small arthropods, suggesting they shared habitat zones and likely fed on similar detritus. The absence of jaws didn't limit them. Instead, it shaped an entire mode of life built around suction, filtering, and slow digestion. They paved the way for later vertebrates not by conquering, but by enduring. Though jawless fish exist today in the form of lampreys and hagfish, the armored varieties of the Devonian left no direct descendants. Their bodies, adapted for protection and subtle movement, were replaced over time by faster, more aggressive forms with true jaws and fins. Yet their legacy remains, in the spinal columns of every backboned creature, in the layered bones of skulls that once began as shields. Now their traces rest quietly in limestone ledges that split with a hammer's tap, revealing dark outlines against pale rock. They left no roar, no teeth, no fierce gesture, only the curve of a body, the tilt of a head plate, and a whisper of motion through ancient currents, the memory of a vertebrate world before the bite. Along the wind-swept cliffs of Dorset's Jurassic coast, where rock slides into sea in jagged terraces, fossil hunters often find smooth, bullet-shaped stones, dark and polished, tapering like ancient ammunition. These are belemnite rostra, the solid internal skeletons of extinct squid-like cephalopods that once filled Jurassic oceans in swarms. But in rare cases, more than the rostrum survives. In fine-grained layers near Charmouth and Lyme Regis, entire belemnites are preserved. Ink sacs, arm hooks, muscular mantles, and the faint outlines of coiled tentacles, a frozen echo of creatures that jetted through the water in pursuit of prey nearly 200 million years ago. Unlike modern squids, belemnites had a hard internal spine, the rostrum, which balanced their motion and anchored muscle. They also bore 10 arms lined with tiny hooks instead of suckers, allowing them to grip slippery prey with swift precision. Some had streamlined bodies up to half a meter long, and many were fast, agile predators, capable of bursts of jet-propelled speed. Their closest living relatives include cuttlefish and squid, but belemnites were stiffer, more heavily armed, and better suited to open sea hunting. The shape of their rostra varies between species, offering paleontologists clues about their range, depth habits, and evolution across Jurassic and Cretaceous waters. In exceptional fossil beds like the Black Fen Marl or Beacon Limestone, the preservation is so complete that even the ink sacs of belemnites survive. Carbonized black ovals, often found alongside soft body outlines. Some have been ground and rehydrated to produce ink still usable for drawing. A bridge of pigment from ancient predator to modern pen. Tentacle impressions are rarer, but when found, they curl like whispers along the stone, a fossilized stillness that suggests motion was once constant. Arm hooks, tiny and sharp, appear under magnification as rows of minute claws, a glimpse into the mechanics of capture and control. Belemnite fossils often occur alongside ichthyosaur bones and ammonite shells, evidence of a diverse and predatory marine world. Some specimens show stomach contents, shrimp, fish scales, other cephalopods, revealing the belemnite's role as both hunter and hunted. Their fossils are key to understanding marine food webs during the Mesozoic, particularly how soft-bodied predators adapted to fill open ocean niches. Now their rostra wash ashore after storms, scattered like drifted flint along the pebbled beaches. The cliffs crumble slowly, releasing their forms from limestone and clay, and with each fossil found, each ink sac, each curled tentacle, we remember not just the hardness of their core, but the grace of their pursuit. In a sea long vanished, they moved with power and poise, and in Dorset stone they still linger, not alive, but undeniable. Across the rolling hills of Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana, road cuts and creek beds expose ancient slabs of limestone and shale, and within them the layered remains of a world once ruled not by motion, but by stillness. These are the brachiopod beds of the Cincinnati Arch, an uplifted slice of Ordovician seabed over 450 million years old, where millions of fossil shells lie embedded, undisturbed, and often unbroken. Each one is a two-valved body, superficially like a clam, but internally distinct, with a complex feeding structure called a lophophore and a pedicle stalk that once anchored it into soft marine mud. The density is staggering. Whole surfaces are paved with them, beds upon beds of life that lived by filtering nutrients from water, passive and enduring, while storms and trilobites swept past. Species like Platystrophia, Sigospira, and Raphinescina dominate the fossil record here, their ribbed and scalloped shells, preserved in beautiful detail. Some are found paired in death, valves still closed, suggesting sudden burial. Others lie disarticulated in mass assemblages, shaped by current and time. Brachiopods came in many forms, from flat and wide to globular, from smooth to spiny, each adapted to slightly different depths and sediment conditions. Their abundance and their variety make this region one of the best studied marine ecosystems in paleontology. It is not a graveyard, but a census, a record of presence so complete that it maps the flow of ancient currents and the layering of ancient time. The Cincinnati fossils are exposed in soft Ordovician rock, easily eroded and rich in life beyond brachiopods. Crinoids, bryozoans, horn corals, trilobites, and gastropods appear among the shells, painting a picture of a sea that was shallow, warm, and richly populated. That the brachiopods remain the dominant chorus, silent sentinels of a seafloor that changed slowly, if at all. In life they were small, most no larger than a thumb, but in death, their numbers formed landscapes. Whole communities lived cheek to cheek, filter feeding together, riding out the pulses of sediment and sea. Their extinction didn't come in one blow. Brachiopods survived several mass extinctions, but slowly lost ground to more efficient filter feeders, like bivalves. Today, only a handful of species remain, deep beneath the sea, quiet holdouts of a lineage that once covered the ocean floor, like living cobblestone. But in the Cincinnati Arch, their heyday remains exposed. Fossil collectors still find them by the hundreds, in stream beds, along highway cuts, in backyard quarries. Each shell split from stone carries the memory of time spent anchored and open, filtering sunlight-tinged water in rhythms we can no longer measure. They had no jaws, no chase, no speed, only patience. And in that patience, they endured. Even now, their forms are everywhere, ribbed, symmetrical, and perfectly still, lying across the landscape, as if the sea had only just receded. In the Permian-aged rock of Idaho's Phosphoria Formation, paleontologists uncovered a fossil so strange it baffled science for over a century. A tightly coiled spiral of serrated teeth, embedded in stone like a buzzsaw locked in motion. This belonged to Helicoprion, an extinct genus of shark-like fish whose tooth whorl became one of paleontology's most enduring puzzles. Discovered over 270 million years after its last swim, the fossil was initially believed to be part of a tail, a fin, or even an external jaw structure. But modern imaging revealed the truth. It was a spiral of teeth housed entirely within the lower jaw, an evolutionary oddity unmatched in the fossil record. The teeth were sharp, continuously growing, and layered in a perfect arc, each new tooth pushing the older ones outward in a smooth curl. When Helicoprion closed its jaws, the whorl functioned like a meat slicer, drawing prey inward and shredding it in a single seamless motion. Unlike most sharks, which shed teeth regularly, Helicoprion retained every tooth it ever grew, all preserved in that single spiral, a scroll of predation that recorded its own history with every new layer. The fossil is a machine in stone, beautiful in its geometry, terrifying in its function. Part B. For decades, reconstructions of Helicoprion varied wildly. Some placed the spiral outside the mouth, like a sawfish snout, others under the chin or deep in the throat. But CT scans of skulls from Idaho clarified the placement. The whorl sat at the front of the lower jaw, curved backward into the mouth, and worked in tandem with a cartilage-based upper jaw that sliced prey against it. Helicoprion lacked modern shark teeth, but compensated with precision engineering. Its closest living relatives are chimeras, deep-sea fish with grinding tooth plates, but Helicoprion was faster, more aggressive, and entirely specialized. Fossils from Idaho's limestone quarries preserve not just the teeth, but impressions of cartilage, jaw grooves, and the spiral's base. Some specimens are over 50 centimeters in diameter, indicating massive individuals capable of taking down large prey, likely soft-bodied cephalopods, like ancient squid. Their bones left no trace, but the whorls remain, curled tight like a secret never fully unfurled. No other vertebrate before or since evolved such a structure. It is a one-time solution, a glimpse into evolution's toolbox when rules were still being written. Today Helicoprion exists only in stone spirals held in museum drawers, dark, glittering coils that once sliced through oceans. They are not full skeletons, not reconstructions, but raw function, preserved at the hinge of thought and hunger. In the Permian seas, where predators were many, and form still fluid, this fish chose a spiral, and it worked, long enough to leave behind its mark in stone. Near the icy ridges of northern Greenland, where the rock lies undisturbed beneath snowfields and silence, an ancient seabed once teemed with predators unlike anything alive today. In the fossil beds of the Sirius Passet Lagerstätte, dated to over 518 million years ago, paleontologists unearthed one of the most formidable hunters of the Cambrian seas, a giant Anomalocarid known as Plesiosaurus. With a body over a meter long and crescent-shaped frontal appendages lined with delicate spines, this creature moved with a grace that belied its alien form. It swam above the seafloor, eyes perched on stalks, mouth ringed with interlocking plates that opened like a camera shutter. Every part of it spoke of movement, of sensory precision, of a time when marine life was still experimenting with predation. Unlike its more aggressive relatives, Plesiosaurus was not built for tearing flesh. Its comb-like arms suggest it was a filter feeder, sweeping plankton from the water column like a giant net. But earlier Anomalocarids, such as Anomalocaris canadensis, were built for the kill. Their limbs terminated in barbed hooks, their mouths ringed with hard plates designed to crush exoskeletons. These were apex predators of the Cambrian, fast, flexible, and armored only by speed. Their segmented bodies and lateral flaps gave them unmatched agility in a world where nearly all prey moved slowly or not at all. The Sirius Passet fossils are among the oldest of their kind, preserving Anomalocarids with remarkable fidelity. Soft tissues, eye structures, even digestive tracts. Their frontal appendages, long and jointed, reveal an intelligence of design that predates the vertebrate brain. With compound eyes containing thousands of lenses, they likely had vision comparable to modern arthropods, enabling them to track prey with deadly efficiency. Some show signs of molting, suggesting they shed their exoskeletons as they grew, much like modern arthropods. These animals defied categorization when first discovered. Some paleontologists mistook their parts for separate creatures. Mouth plates thought to be jellyfish, arms thought to be shrimp. It took years to assemble the pieces into a coherent body plan. But once the whole form emerged, it redefined the Cambrian ecosystem. Anomalocarids were not anomalies, they were kings. They represent the earliest known large predators in Earth's history, filling the role of hunter before vertebrates even existed. Today their fossils lie embedded in frozen shale, preserved in a land where no ocean has flowed for hundreds of millions of years. The flaps that once pulsed with motion are now still, but their story remains vivid. A time when the rules of anatomy had not yet settled, and nature imagined hunters without bones, without jaws, without limits. In Greenland's ancient rock, the first chase is still recorded, one jointed limb at a time. Scattered across the sunburned slopes of Morocco's Atlas Mountains, polished stone slabs gleam under the light, black limestone etched with ivory spirals and tapered cones, remnants of once living shells that now lie motionless in mosaic-like clusters. These are the remains of orthoconic nautiloids, ancient marine cephalopods, that flourished in the Ordovician and Devonian seas, their straight shells drifting like spears through warm Paleozoic waters. Some stretched longer than a human body, filled with chambers used to regulate buoyancy, while others coiled like the ancestors of today's Nautilus. Now they rest in fields of fossilized silence, a nautiloid graveyard, where dozens or even hundreds can be seen in a single polished slab. These creatures belonged to an early evolutionary lineage that would one day give rise to squid, cuttlefish, and octopuses. Unlike their soft-bodied cousins, orthoconic nautiloids built durable shells, composed of aragonite, with internal chambers connected by a thin tubular siphuncle that managed their internal gas and fluid levels. With primitive but functional eyes, tentacles surrounding a beak-like jaw, and jet propulsion powered by expelling water, they were both elegant and efficient, floating predators in ancient seas rich with trilobites, corals, and reef life. Their presence in such high densities suggests mass mortality events, or congregation sites, perhaps migration corridors or nurseries overwhelmed by changing water chemistry. The Moroccan fossil beds are not only rich, they are remarkably well preserved. Over time, tectonic uplift brought ancient seabeds to mountain heights, and erosion revealed layers where these creatures were entombed side by side. The surrounding matrix, now mined and polished for fossil slabs, reveals entire ecosystems in cross-section nautiloids surrounded by crinoid stems, brachiopods, and stromatoporoids, all preserved in situ. The abundance and condition of the fossils have made Morocco one of the most important commercial and scientific sources for Paleozoic marine fossils. These nautiloids varied in form. Some shells were perfectly straight, true orthocones, while others were gently curved or tightly coiled. The shape affected how they moved, their orientation in the water, and their role in the food web. Some were likely ambush predators, hovering motionless before striking. Others may have scavenged the seafloor or followed prey in slow pursuit. Each polished fossil reveals the internal chamber pattern, a record of growth and adaptation, like tree rings pressed into stone. Today these creatures are long gone, but their shells remain, quiet spirals in desert limestone, echoing the ancient rhythm of float and feed, rise and fall. The graveyard is not sorrowful, it is a kind of permanence, a place where the sea once climbed mountains and left its watchful hunters behind. In Morocco's high country, the deep sea still speaks, in cones, coils, and silent stony grace. In the mist-covered hills of western Germany, beneath a thin crust of forest and field, lies a slate-black window into life nearly 400 million years old. This is the Hunsrück slate, a Devonian aged marine deposit, that holds not just the bones and shells of ancient creatures, but their soft parts too. Here, fine volcanic ash and anoxic seabed conditions conspired to preserve the unpreservable gills, guts, muscles, and tentacles, etched in pyrite glowing gold against the black matrix. Among these miracles of mineralization are crinoids with intact feathery arms, sea stars frozen mid-crawl, and delicate arthropods with eye spots and filamentous limbs. Each fossil is a revelation, not just in structure, but in motion, caught forever in the slate that once cradled the floor of a long-lost sea. The creatures preserved in the Hunsrück slate belonged to a thriving reef environment near the edge of the Reich Ocean. Their world was one of soft mud, sudden volcanic rains, and quiet, low-oxygen basins that slowed decay to a crawl. Among the best-known fossils is Encranurus, a trilobite whose lenses, gills and even digestive structures remain visible under careful imaging. Also present, armored jawless fish, anemone-like cnidarians, and rare soft-bodied worms, all of which are rarely found elsewhere in such condition. The preservation is so fine that individual muscle bundles and nerve traces can sometimes be observed, rendered in delicate pyrite crystals that outline anatomy like fine embroidery. Unlike typical fossil beds, the Hunsrück slate required special fortune to form. Volcanic eruptions periodically dusted the seafloor with ash, rapidly covering whatever had just died. The low oxygen conditions prevented scavengers from dismantling the corpses, and sulfate-reducing bacteria, feeding on the decaying matter, created chemical conditions that caused iron and sulfur to fuse into pyrite. The result fossils outlined in metallic gold, sometimes referred to as gold fossils, though their value is far more scientific than monetary. Among the stars of the site are Mixopterus, a large sea scorpion preserved with swimming paddles extended, and Eurypterus, another predator whose carapace still glints with the sheen of mineralized tissue. Crinoids, ancient relatives of starfish, are preserved in full length, from root to waving arm. In many cases, the articulation of joints, the positioning of soft parts, and the inferred moment of death provide rare glimpses into prehistoric behavior. Were they feeding, fleeing, settling in the current? Today, the slate is quarried not just for roofing material, but for glimpses of a sea long buried. Paleontologists split stone slowly, listening for the sound of fracture, searching for that golden glint. The Hunsrück slate remains one of the few places on Earth where the softness of the past has not been erased. In its black layers, time is not flattened, it's fossilized in 3 dimensions, shimmering softly with each slice. The silence of that sea lives on, not in the roar of waves, but in the hush of stone revealing shape. Beneath the cream-coloured cliffs of Solnhofen, Germany, where fine-grained limestone, once pressed against the quiet breath of a Jurassic lagoon, lies a record of stillness that goes deeper than bones. This place is best known for Archaeopteryx, the feathered fossil that changed evolutionary history, but tucked between its wings and pterosaur traces, a more intimate story was discovered. In a single quarry, paleontologists uncovered a shark nursery, multiple fossilized juveniles of Asteracanthus, a hybodont shark with large dorsal fin spines and pavement-like crushing teeth. Dozens of small, well-preserved individuals, some barely hand-sized, revealed a rare truth. This stretch of warm, shallow water was once a birthing ground for ancient sharks, a prehistoric safe haven, captured in stone. The limestone here, laid down in anoxic basins with little disturbance, preserved not only bones, but shadows of cartilage, skin outlines, and stomach contents. Juvenile sharks rest alongside drifted sea lilies, ammonites and insect wings from forested islands nearby. The Asteracanthus sharks found in this layer show no signs of decay or trauma, not victims of violence or catastrophe, but young creatures preserved where they lived. With wide jaws and rounded teeth, they likely fed on shelled invertebrates and crustaceans, learning to hunt in the shallow, low-energy waters before venturing into deeper seas. This site, rich in detail and repetition, allowed paleontologists to infer behavior, not just presence, from the record of the dead. Asteracanthus itself was no minor predator. Adults could grow over 2 meters long, bearing characteristic fin spines and broad, flat teeth, capable of grinding shell and armor. Yet it's the juveniles that tell us the most here. Their presence in isolation from large adults, clustered in consistent sedimentary layers, suggests deliberate migration or spawning behavior mirrored today in modern sharks who seek out sheltered bays and estuaries to protect their young. These Solnhofen fossils, over 150 million years old, reveal that strategy and care existed in fish lineages long before mammals ever evolved. The preservation is so clear that some specimens show stomach contents, crushed shell fragments, fish scales, traces of ancient shrimp. Others display the faint outlines of their fins or internal organ shadows, painted in mineralized contrast against limestone. In some slabs, clusters of young sharks lie side by side, as if drifted gently to the bottom and buried before time could pull them apart. This is not a graveyard born of violence. It is a cradle turned to stone. Today these fossils are displayed in museums under glass. Tiny sharks, spined and whole, suspended in pale rock. They remind us that the oceans have always been places of birth and beginning, not only fear and fangs. In a lagoon that has long since vanished, a generation of sharks was born, and some of them, through extraordinary chance, were never forgotten. Within the same fossil-rich layers of Germany's Solnhofen limestone, among pterosaurs and primitive birds, lies a quieter presence. Thin, lacy arms coiled across the stone, like threads of starlight. These are the fossilized remains of brittle stars, members of the echinoderm family, their delicate limbs splayed in exquisite radial symmetry. Often mistaken for starfish, brittle stars differ in their wiry, serpentine arms, which flex with agility and precision. In Solnhofen's low-oxygen lagoons, these creatures found themselves perfectly preserved. Soft tissues, tube feet, and even hints of internal anatomy mineralized before decay. Some were likely swept in by underwater currents from deeper waters. Others may have lived at the lagoon's margins, feeding in the silty dark, but all were captured mid-motion, frozen in slabs that now whisper of an ocean far older than memory. Most Solnhofen brittle star fossils belong to extinct genera, like Ophiopetra and Aspergillus, each showing variations in arm articulation, disc texture, and feeding posture. The preservation is astonishing. Joints between tiny arm ossicles remain articulated, and in some specimens the fine spines used for locomotion are visible in halo-like rings. Unlike crinoids or sea lilies, brittle stars were mobile, using coordinated muscle movement to flee or scavenge. They crept across the seafloor like silent dancers, their arms tasting the water, their motions built for subtlety. That they appear so often in fossil slabs suggests not just presence, but abundance. The Solnhofen lagoon acted like a lens, preserving not only what was alive, but how it moved. Some brittle stars were fossilized mid-curl, others outstretched or caught in the act of feeding. Their symmetry is mathematical, their quiet grace made permanent. The absence of predators in certain layers allowed these delicate forms to settle gently onto soft sediment before burial. Their usual habitats might have been deeper or more turbulent, but the stillness of this ancient basin allowed a fleeting moment of survival to become eternal. These brittle stars are part of a broader tapestry, one that includes jellyfish, horseshoe crabs, shrimp, and other invertebrates whose fragile bodies rarely survive the fossilization process. They tell us that Solnhofen was not only a place of giants and flyers, but of the overlooked, the soft-bodied, the near-invisible, the easily broken. Through them we glimpse the quieter corners of the Jurassic Sea. Today their fossils are collected with care, each plate of stone split open to reveal a radial ghost, arms curved like petals, discs centered like mandalas. They are reminders that beauty can be simple, that survival is sometimes silent, and that in the hush between extinction and discovery, the sea keeps secrets finer than bone or tooth, secrets made of balance, geometry, and stillness. In the dry, sun-split rocks of Nevada's Middle Triassic formations, a skeleton emerged from limestone that had once been ocean floor, long, sinuous, and predatory, with a jaw lined in bladed teeth, designed not just to catch, but to conquer. This was Thelatoarchon saurophagus, its name translating to sea ruler, eater of lizards. At 8 meters in length, this early ichthyosaur was among the largest marine predators of its time, appearing just 8 million years after Earth's worst mass extinction. Its presence is startling not just for its size, but for its timing, a top predator rising so quickly in a recovering ecosystem, already equipped to feed on other marine reptiles. Where most of the sea was still regaining balance, the Latoarchon had already climbed to the apex. Unlike earlier ichthyosaurs with narrow snouts suited for fish, the Latoarchon had a deep skull, robust jawbones, and large conical teeth with sharp cutting edges. Teeth adapted for seizing and dismembering prey its own size. It wasn't built for nibbling or chasing plankton. This was a creature of domination, capable of taking down other reptiles, including its own kind. Its ribcage was expansive, hinting at large lungs and powerful musculature. Though its skeleton shows typical ichthyosaur adaptations, a dolphin-like body, paddle-shaped limbs, and a tail for propulsion, its proportions tell a more violent story. This was the sea's first true giant hunter. The discovery of the Latoarchon shifted our understanding of how quickly complex marine ecosystems recovered after the Permian extinction, which wiped out over 90% of marine species. To have an apex predator like this emerge so soon after that collapse implies a rapid evolutionary rebound. Prey species had to exist in sufficient numbers and complexity to sustain such a killer. The fossil, discovered in Nevada's Favorite Formation, is incomplete but unmistakable. The skull alone speaks volumes, and its preserved teeth, some still embedded in sediment, show wear patterns consistent with tearing flesh. What makes the Latoarchon so compelling isn't just its physical form, it's what it represents. The speed at which life not only returns but reclaims complexity. A marine world that should have been quiet and slow was already roaring with chase and kill, with jaws that sliced and bodies that vanished beneath them. The Latoarchon was the harbinger of a new order in Triassic seas, a signal that the age of reptiles would dominate not just land, but water as well. Today, its bones rest far from ocean spray, buried beneath Nevada's desert rock. Yet the teeth, still sharp in stone, tell a story of oceans redrawn, of a predator that rose not from millions of years of refinement, but from the ashes of ruin. In the echo of extinction, the Latoarchon arrived not as a survivor, but as a ruler, and in its silence it still is. High in the Canadian Rockies, where jagged peaks shadow silent forests and glacial streams, lies a narrow band of shale that has preserved an ancient sea in exquisite detail. This is the Burgess Shale, a Cambrian fossil site, more than 505 million years old, and among its most overlooked yet astonishing finds are the fossilized remains of cnidarians, early relatives of jellyfish, corals, and sea anemones. Unlike the armored trilobites or the spine-lined Hallucigenia, these creatures were soft, nearly invisible in life, and nearly impossible to preserve. But the Burgess Shale defies the odds. Here, bell-shaped impressions of medusae, trailing tentacles, and even radial symmetry frozen in mid-pulse remain visible, quiet echoes of a world that drifted more than it swam. These early cnidarians belonged to a lineage that predated bones, brains, and complexity. Some may have been ancestral to modern jellyfish, floating with rhythmic contractions through warm Cambrian waters. Others lived attached to the seafloor, rooted by stalks or soft bases, swaying with passing currents, feeding passively on microscopic prey. In the Burgess Shale, their outlines are paper-thin, preserved in a dance between pressure and time. Faint discs, petal-like structures, or frilled margins that seem to blur into the matrix. Their delicacy contrasts with the bold strangeness of their neighbors, yet they were just as vital, a foundational layer in the emerging food web of Earth's earliest complex ecosystems. What makes these fossils remarkable is not just their rarity, but their context. The Burgess Shale was once part of a deep marine slope, where periodic underwater landslides buried entire communities in anoxic mud. This lack of oxygen halted decay, and fine-grained sediments captured even the most fragile forms. As a result, cnidarians that would normally vanish without a trace were locked in place, their tentacles, bells, and oral structures pressed flat but visible, like pressed flowers between pages of shale. One specimen may show a jellyfish mid-collapse, its bell folding inward as sediment rushed over it. Another, a ghostly flower with no stem, preserved in such detail that radial canals are faintly visible. These fossils are difficult to classify. Some resemble modern Cyphozoan jellyfish, others defy comparison. Their simplicity is part of their mystery, how such minimal design, just 2 tissue layers, a single body opening, a nerve net, could thrive for hundreds of millions of years, and yet, they did. Cnidarians outlasted dinosaurs, survived multiple extinctions, and still pulse through our oceans today. In the still rock of the Burgess Shale, they rest among giants and grotesques, silent, soft, but enduring. Not hunters, not armored, not fast, just floating, stinging, feeding, surviving. Theirs is a history without grandeur, but not without grace. They remind us that life does not need to be loud to last, only present, only persistent. In stone, their stillness remains. On the wind-swept cliffs of Mistaken Point, Newfoundland, waves crash endlessly against stone, but within those ancient layers of siltstone lies a silence far older than the sea itself. Here, in rocks dating back nearly 565 million years, are the disc-shaped impressions of one of Earth's earliest known complex lifeforms, Aspidella. These fossils predate bones, shells, and eyes. They are the mark of something that once lived, but barely moved. A round, radiating form, preserved by the thousands, each no larger than a coin, each settled into the ocean floor, like the first soft footprints of biology itself. Aspidella is part of the Ediacaran biota, a mysterious group of pre-Cambrian organisms that appeared after a global glaciation and before the explosion of animal diversity in the Cambrian. Its form is simple, a flattened disc, sometimes with faint radial grooves, sometimes a central bump or dimple, but no obvious organs or symmetry as we understand it. For decades, scientists argued over what Aspidella was, a holdfast for a frond-like organism, a jellyfish resting on the seabed, a microbial colony. The answer remains uncertain, but the presence of organic matter within some impressions, and the subtle evidence of growth and disruption in surrounding sediment, suggests these were once living organisms, embedded in a world more alien than familiar. What makes Aspidella extraordinary isn't its appearance, but its timing. It represents a stage of life, just as multicellularity was finding its form, before limbs or senses, before predators or escape. These were benthic dwellers, rooted to the sea floor, or barely motile, existing in a slow, quiet equilibrium with microbial mats and an oxygen-starved ocean. Their environment was stable, nutrient-rich, and largely untouched by disturbance. No teeth, no chase, just growth and settlement, preserved when ash from underwater volcanic eruptions swept across the seabed, baking them into permanence beneath millimeter-thin layers of volcanic silt. Today, Aspidella is studied not for its beauty, but for what it signifies. It is among the oldest direct evidence of complex, organized life on Earth. Its distribution spans continents. Similar fossils have been found in Australia, Ukraine, and Russia. Yet Newfoundland's Mistaken Point holds the largest, best-preserved assemblage. These discs dot the stone in dense fields, some overlapping, some aligned, a community of the barely understood. They remain flat, cryptic, and silent, yet profound in their implication. In a world without bones, light, or sound, Aspidella marked the beginning of something new. Structure, pattern, persistence. It didn't swim or hunt or bloom. It simply existed, and that in its time was enough. Beneath the cliffs of Newfoundland, under cold Atlantic spray, the oldest known seabed speaks through rings of stone, still echoing the slow breath of life's first awakening. Along the salt-crusted edges of Shark Bay in Western Australia, where tides pull sluggishly across tidal flats, dark mounds rise from the shallows, like living stone. These are stromatolites, layered structures built by ancient cyanobacteria, and in their modern form, they are alive. But in the rocks of Western Australia's Pilbara Craton, similar structures dating back more than 3.5 billion years have been fossilized, marking the earliest known evidence of life on Earth. Before shells, before nerves, Before even nuclei in cells, life began as a slow accumulation of bacterial films, binding sand grains and precipitating minerals, one layer at a time. Over millions of years, this process created vast reef-like formations, reaching across primeval shorelines like microbial monuments to persistence. The fossilized stromatolites of the Dresser Formation in the Pilbara are built from alternating bands of carbonate and silica, each one a record of photosynthetic life that flourished in warm, shallow seas, under a sun still new to the sky. Trapped within are tiny domes and roll-ups, shapes formed by colonies of microbes shifting toward the light, seeking optimal angles for photosynthesis. These microbes released oxygen as a waste product, and over time, this invisible byproduct would change the atmosphere of the planet. It was not beauty or complexity that made stromatolites powerful. It was their patience. Their legacy lies not in motion, but in transformation. Modern stromatolites grow at a glacial pace, barely centimeters per century, but the fossilized ones in Western Australia once formed sprawling reef systems that rivaled coral in their reach. They tell of a world with no predators, no bones and no noise, just chemical reactions, light, water, and time. The atmosphere then was rich in methane and carbon dioxide, and oxygen was toxic to most forms of life. But the cyanobacteria within stromatolites kept producing it, slowly oxidizing the oceans, rusting the iron out of seawater, and eventually releasing enough into the air to reshape the chemistry of the entire planet. This was the Great Oxygenation Event, a catastrophe for anaerobic organisms, but the doorway to all future life. When paleontologists study the stromatolites of the Pilbara, they are not just examining fossils, they are reading the first lines of Earth's biological script. Some formations still preserve textures left by microbial mats, and under the microscope, the layering reveals rhythmic cycles tied to tides, seasons, even ancient climate shifts. These stones do not whisper, they record. Every ripple, every dome, every sinuous layer is a paragraph, written by organisms smaller than dust, repeated until the rock itself could speak. Today the fossil reefs lie exposed beneath Australian sun and wind, while their living cousins still grow nearby, quietly continuing the work begun before memory. In the oldest rocks of a dry continent, life's first architects are still recognizable, not with teeth or eyes or speed, but with the unwavering persistence of time, sun and salt. In the ripple-marked shale beds of Utah's Margin Formation, where Cambrian waters once lapped over a shallow sea, an unexpected impression was found, delicate, bell-shaped, and trailing faint, radial lines. It wasn't armored or jointed, it didn't walk or burrow, it was a jellyfish, or something anciently like one, caught in the act of drifting. Preserved in fine marine silt, more than 500 million years old, these are among the earliest known jellyfish fossils, fragile stamps of creatures so soft and translucent in life. Their very survival in the fossil record feels improbable. Yet here they are, bell after bell, pulsing silently in stone, the early architects of life's drift and rhythm. The fossils are faint, paper-thin outlines no thicker than a whisper, but unmistakably medusoid. Their shapes mimic modern jellyfish, complete with domed bells, radial canals, and occasional traces of trailing tentacles. Unlike many Cambrian fossils, which are armored, segmented, or bizarrely appendaged, these are pure in simplicity. No skeleton, no shell, just a soft floating form, adapted for drifting through plankton-rich seas. Their preservation in Utah's Cambrian formations came thanks to rapid burial under fine sediment, in waters quiet enough to allow even the gentlest outlines to settle without disruption. They reveal not only structure, but the timing of cnidarian evolution, proof that jellyfish-like animals had already taken to the water column during the earliest burst of complex marine life. The significance of these jellyfish is more than anatomical, it's ecological. These early Medusosaurs weren't just surviving, they were already floating, pulsing, hunting. Their presence means the Cambrian seas hosted a layered ecosystem, with active swimmers and passive drifters, ambush predators and soft-bodied grazers. These jellyfish may have fed on plankton or microbial mats, or even captured small larvae with their tentacles. In a world of trilobites crawling the seabed and anomalocarids sweeping the water with grasping limbs, the jellyfish floated upward, not as apex predators, but as early specialists in a vertical world. Modern jellyfish are ancient survivors, and their ancestors in Utah's Cambrian layers suggest that this way of life, slow, soft, and suspended, was among the earliest to take hold in Earth's open waters. These fossils provide more than shapes, they offer continuity. From those early domes in Cambrian mud, to the drifting bloom of jellyfish seen today, the lineage is unbroken, uninterrupted by mass extinction or evolutionary upheaval. The stone tells a story of delicate permanence. In the silence of Utah's desert, where seas have long since vanished, the image of a jellyfish remains, curved, translucent, weightless, yet fixed forever in shale. It never needed bones, it never needed armor, just time and a little stillness. Beneath the layers of Cambrian shale, in sites like Canada's Burgess Shale, China's Chengjiang biota, and Greenland's Sirius Passet, long before vertebrates crawled or swam, a stranger kind of creature walked across the seafloor, neither worm nor arthropod, yet bearing features of both. These were the Lobopodians, soft-bodied invertebrates, with stubby legs tipped in tiny claws, their bodies armored in rows of spines, plates, or smooth folds. Some had simple eyes, others bore antennae. They crawled with a slow, deliberate gait across microbial mats and silt, their flexible limbs moving like soft hydraulic arms. These creatures, long extinct, represent an early branch of the tree that would eventually give rise to velvet worms, arthropods, and perhaps even tardigrades. They are reminders that before forms solidified into the rules we know today, life experimented with strange possibilities. The best known among them is Hallucigenia, once thought to be an evolutionary joke, until more complete fossils revealed its true orientation: spines up, legs down, mouth forward. Others like Lualichania, Cardiodictian, and Dionaea cactiformis show variations on the Lobopodian theme, some slender and smooth-bodied, others bristled or armored. Most were small, just a few centimeters long, with bodies divided into repetitive segments. They lacked hard skeletons, but made up for it with gripping claws and flexible limbs, allowing them to climb, anchor, or dig through the soft Cambrian seabed. Though delicate, their fossils are remarkably complete in several Lagerstätten, thanks to rapid burial and fine sediment that captured the imprint of even their smallest features. The evolutionary significance of Lobopodian lies not in what they were, but what they suggested. Their anatomy bridges the gap between segmented worms and jointed-limbed arthropods. Some species show hints of internal organs, simple nervous structures, or early eyes, all carved gently into stone. One specimen from China even preserves traces of what might be a primitive brain, strung between its eyes like a dark thread through the soft body. Others show the early arrangement of limbs that may have given rise to the articulated exoskeletons of trilobites and insects. Lobopodians were not predators, not armored tanks, but survivors of simplicity. They crawled slowly, grazed microbial films, and relied on camouflage or spines to evade the jagged mouths of Anomalocaris, or spined worms. Their world was tactile, they felt, clutched and held, rather than raced or swam. And while none of them made it beyond the Cambrian, their body plans were absorbed, reinterpreted, and passed on through descendants that would one day scuttle, fly, or swim. In shale sheets, their fossils appear as ribbons with legs, like threads frozen mid-wriggle. To modern eyes, they seem alien, too strange to belong to any clear group. But evolution often meanders through strange shapes before settling on the ones that endure. In those early days, Lobopodians left their mark, not in dominance, but in transition. They were bridges between soft and hard, between past and potential, and though their time was brief, their legs still walk the lineage of life. In the grey-green stone of ancient lakebeds, once nestled within Devonian floodplains, paleontologists uncovered the low, armored body of a fish that never had jaws, a creature from a time when vertebrates were just beginning to test their strength against the water. This was a Tilispis, a genus of jawless fish belonging to the Heterostracan lineage, a group marked by heavy, bony shields around their head and chest, with smooth, finless tails trailing behind. Its fossils, found in places like Spitsbergen, Scotland and North America, are among the best preserved of early vertebrates, offering a glimpse into a time when fish lacked teeth, lacked speed, but carried with them the first blueprints of the backbone. A Tilispis was small, only a few centimeters long, but wrapped in thick dermal bone, a natural armor that made it more a survivor than a hunter. Its eyes were small and positioned on the top of its head, peering upward into murky freshwater shallows. Without jaws, it likely fed by filtering particles from sediment or sifting through microbial mats along the bottom. Its body tapered into a flexible naked tail that moved in soft undulations, more eel than swimmer. And though it would never chase or bite, it was part of a pivotal story, how early vertebrates adapted to their environment, not with force but with persistence, building strength not in bite, but in structure. Part B. The significance of a Tilispis lies in its skull. Its head shield, shaped like a flattened teardrop, shows complex patterns of vascular grooves, hints of early sensory systems used to detect pressure changes in water. Beneath that bone was the earliest form of a brain case. Crude, yes, but structured. It carried the neural and sensory architecture that would millions of years later become the cranial systems of all jawed vertebrates. In many specimens, the fine lines of muscle attachment points and the symmetry of the body are still visible, etched into stone with a clarity that seems impossible for a creature so old and so delicate. Though it lived in fresh water, a Tilispis belonged to a family of fishes that first evolved in the sea, then pushed into rivers and lakes, an evolutionary milestone. It lacked paired fins, jaws and teeth, but its internal skeleton was already hinting at the axial rigidity that would make more active swimmers possible. It did not conquer its world, but it endured in it, and in doing so, helped shape what vertebrate life could become. Today its fossils lie in drawers and cabinets, their bony shields still rough with the texture of time. But within each specimen is the record of a first attempt, the moment vertebrates began to armor their heads, feel their way through muddy water, and define a form that, with enough time and change, would give rise to everything from sharks to us. A Tilispis did not bite, but it mattered. In the quiet lakes of the Devonian, it drifted, jawless, patient and unforgotten. Off the jagged edges of ancient Oregon's seafloor, buried beneath layers of basalt and hydrothermal crust, paleontologists uncovered a marvel once thought impossible: fossilized remains of deep-sea vent tube worms, creatures typically associated with ephemeral heat and volcanic fury. These tube worms, similar in form to modern Riftia pachyptilla, had lived near hydrothermal vents over 250 million years ago, in the late Permian. Their preservation is nothing short of miraculous. Normally, vent ecosystems are too volatile, too short-lived to leave much fossil record. But here, mineral-rich fluids hardened around the worms' chitinous tubes, entombing their bodies in iron and sulfur before time could erase them. The fossil site near Hunsaker Ridge in Oregon presents long, slender tubes, coiled or straight, some clustered around what once was a vent opening. The tubes bear signs of segmentation and layering, features that closely resemble modern vestimentiferan worms, though some details remain debated. These organisms had no mouths or digestive tracts. Instead, they housed chemosynthetic bacteria in specialized organs, allowing them to convert toxic vent gases, like hydrogen sulfide, into usable energy. In complete darkness, with scalding fluids and crushing pressure, these creatures formed the base of a complex ecosystem, and when the vent shut down, the whole community died, not in a cataclysm, but a slow, oxygen-less fading into sediment. What makes these tube worm fossils so significant is not just their preservation, but what they confirm: that deep-sea vent life, once thought to be a recent evolutionary adaptation, is in fact ancient, perhaps as old as complex life itself. These Oregon fossils extend the known existence of vent communities by hundreds of millions of years, implying that Earth's most extreme environments were colonized early and persistently. It challenges our understanding of where life could begin, or where it might still exist beyond this planet. For if tube worms can thrive without sunlight, without photosynthesis, then perhaps life needs far less than we imagined. The fossilization process was aided by the minerals that once sustained these organisms: iron sulfides, barite and silica, precipitating rapidly around the soft tissues, capturing their delicate forms before decay could scatter them. In some specimens, the internal cavities of the tubes are preserved, suggesting the presence of microbial mats or bacterial colonies that lived symbiotically within. Each tube is a silent pipe, a memory of chemical life forged in pressure and dark. Today, the fossils lie cracked from tectonic uplift, far from their place of origin. They remind us that Earth's biosphere was never limited to surface waters or sunlit coasts. It reached down into volcanic scars, into boiling blackness, where life invented entirely new rules. The deep is not a frontier, it's a memory, older than we thought, fiercer than we guessed, and still pulsing beneath the waves. Long before forests shaded the continents and vertebrates crawled from sea to land, something vast and alien loomed along Earth's ancient coastlines. In the late Silurian and Devonian periods, towering spires of prototaxites rose up to 8 meters tall, dominating landscapes where little else grew above knee height. For over a century, its identity puzzled paleontologists. First mistaken for a conifer, then a lichen, and finally resolved through microscopic analysis. Prototaxites was likely a giant fungus, or at least something startlingly fungal in nature. Its remains have been found in shallow marine deposits and near river mouths, suggesting it thrived where land met brine, near ancient coastlines that now lie buried in rock. Fossilized specimens resemble massive logs, composed of tightly packed filaments, visible in cross-section under a microscope. No leaves, no branches, no clear roots, just a trunk of hyphal tissue, dense and towering, hollow in the center. In outcrops from Canada to Saudi Arabia, from Scotland to Quebec, these fossilized columns lay tilted, broken or splayed across strata rich with early plants and arthropod tracks. They existed in a time before trees, when the tallest terrestrial organisms were mossy mats or knee-high vascular stalks. Prototaxites stood above all of it, a sentinel in fungal form, feeding on decaying matter, and perhaps even harboring symbiotic microbes that linked land and sea in ways we're only beginning to understand. Part B. The debate over prototaxites' true nature lasted for decades. Some researchers believed it to be a giant alga, others a misclassified tree. But isotopic analysis of carbon content revealed wildly varying values, an inconsistency that made photosynthesis unlikely and suggested it was a heterotroph, absorbing nutrients rather than making its own. Fungal structure fit the evidence best. Its inner tissues, called hyphae, lacked vascular channels and bore no signs of cellulose, aligning it with fungi rather than plants. If so, Prototaxites is not just a fossil curiosity, it is the largest known land-based organism of its era, and one of the most bizarre life forms to dominate terrestrial ecosystems. Its presence near ancient marine beds tells us something more, that early terrestrial fungi likely evolved alongside or even from shoreline organisms, adapted to moisture and decaying biomass deposited at tidal margins. In this way, prototaxites stood as both a recycler and a monument, drawing nourishment from the dead, while shaping the vertical limits of early land life. Imagine walking a Silurian shoreline, water lapping against mats of liverworts and primitive mosses, and above it all, these fungal pillars rising like twisted columns of organic basalt. Though extinct, its echo remains in every decomposer, every dark wood rot, every network of soil fungus that makes plant life possible. In prototaxites, the fungal kingdom once reached skyward, not hidden in decay, but towering in full view, and long after it fell, the record of its height remains, pressed into rock like a forgotten dream of the land before trees. Beneath the rolling hills of northern Ohio, deep under layers of Devonian rock, lies a black shale formation that once blanketed the bottom of a vast inland sea, Known as the Cleveland Shale, this stratum is a graveyard of giants, where armored fish once ruled, and extinction swept through in sudden, suffocating waves. Among the most striking finds in these deposits are massive fossilized fish scales, some broader than a human hand, thick with ridges and grooves like geological plates. These scales once belonged to ancient placoderms and lobe-finned fish, including monstrous forms like Dunkleosteus, apex predators of a forgotten sea, sheathed in plates, their skin lined with bone. The scales are more than ornament, they are clues to biology and behavior, heavy, sometimes overlapping like armor, sometimes embedded deep in muscular flesh. Some bear pits and scratches from combat. Others show intricate growth lines, like tree rings, hinting at age and seasonal shifts in ocean chemistry. In the anoxic depths of the Devonian Sea, these fish died by the dozens, their bodies drifting into black mud, where oxygen could not rot them. Their scales, the most enduring part, settled into the silence, bone-hard, mineral-rich, defiant against decay. To hold one today is to feel the weight of a creature whose presence once stirred sediment and fear in equal measure. The Cleveland Shale has yielded not just scales, but complete fish armor, jaw plates, and skull segments, often crushed but startlingly well preserved. In some sites, paleontologists have pulled entire pelvic girdles from the matrix, or fin rays still aligned in death. But the scales remain the most common find, durable, ubiquitous, and uniquely shaped. Some are from sarcopterygians, the fleshy finned fish that would eventually give rise to amphibians. Others belong to arthrodires, whose head and thorax were locked in bone, with jointed armor, allowing deadly lunges. Every scale is a relic of a time before vertebrate terrestrial life, when the fiercest jaws still swam. Their preservation owes much to the anoxic black shale itself, a fine-grained sediment, rich in organic matter, that settled slowly in stagnant water. As fish sank, scavengers avoided the poisoned mud, and decomposition slowed. Sediment built up, layer by layer, locking the remains in a suffocating embrace. Fossilized scales from this era often shimmer faintly with pyrite or bear the black sheen of bituminous carbon, the result of ancient biochemical conversion under pressure. They speak of mass die-offs, rapid burial, and seas that turn toxic at intervals, signs of one of Earth's first great extinction events. Yet from this darkness, the record survives in fragments that once flexed and shone in living motion. Each scale a shield, each ridge a memory. The Cleveland Shale does not simply preserve bodies, it preserves dominance, collapse, and the silent drift that followed. In the dark, the bones of titans gleam. Hidden within the limestone of ancient marine beds, in places like Germany's Solnhofen Lagoon and Lebanon's Cretaceous cliffs, the fossilized skeletons of coelacanths lie curled in repose, long considered icons of evolutionary mystery. These deep-bodied lobe-finned fish once swam the warm coastal seas of the Mesozoic, and earlier, thought to have vanished in the great extinction that swept the dinosaurs away. But one internal feature, long overlooked in these fossils, now tells a deeper story: the presence of a fossilized swim bladder, or at least its hardened remnant, a strange ossified organ once thought absent in this lineage. Modern coelacanths, found alive off the coast of Comoros Islands in 1938, stunned the world with their discovery. Their anatomy defied simple classification, with lobed fins, a hinged skull, and a vestigial lung wrapped in fat and bone. That lung, or modified swim bladder, was once believed to be an evolutionary leftover, a relic from shallow ancestors who gulped air in coastal swamps. But in fossil specimens, especially from the Cretaceous and Jurassic, scientists have found ossified plates and tubular structures within the abdominal cavity, resembling a calcified lung or buoyancy organ. These weren't functional lungs, but internal chambers adapted for controlling depth, subtly hinting at a time when their ancestors may have lived in shallower, oxygen-variable seas. The fossilized remnants of these swim bladder-like structures don't reveal breath, but they reveal transition, a moment when fish hovered between two strategies: air and water, depth and surface. In species like Macropoma, a fossil coelacanth from the late Cretaceous, X-ray scans have shown a compartmentalized chamber lined with bone, likely a hardened version of what would become the fat-filled vestigial lung seen in living coelacanths today. This chamber wasn't about respiration, it was about stability. It helped regulate buoyancy in deep low-light waters, giving the coelacanth its signature slow-motion drift, a glider in the ancient sea. Preserved alongside these organs are the distinctive lobed fins, lined with muscle and bone, in ways that prefigure the limbs of tetrapods. Though coelacanths never left the water, their bodies contain echoes of the terrestrial blueprint. They were experiments in form, not failed, but adapted differently. The calcified swim bladder, nestled beside these limbs, reminds us that evolution is less a straight path, and more a lattice of possibilities, some of which sink deeper, slow down, and simply endure. To find this structure in fossil stone is to look into a fish caught mid-story, no longer shallow, not yet deep, using internal chemistry to float between epochs. The coelacanth didn't rise, it hovered, it waited, it still does. In the final moments of the Cretaceous, as dinosaurs still thundered across the land, and Ammonites still spiraled through warm oceans, the seabeds around what is now Maastricht, the Netherlands, hosted a quieter world, teeming with benthic life, buried beneath layers of chalk and clay. Among the most evocative finds from these Maastrichtian deep-sea sediments are the exquisitely preserved remains of ancient fossil crabs. These arthropods, with hardened carapaces and tucked claws, lie fossilized in lifelike repose, many so complete that their leg segments and even eye stalks remain articulated. Caught in the slow rain of sediment from ancient ocean waters, they endured in place while the world above them was poised on the edge of extinction. These crabs were part of a larger decapod community, bottom dwellers and scavengers, that sifted through detritus, algae, and the remains of other marine organisms. In the fine-grained limestone clays of the area, paleontologists have recovered not only large carapace-heavy species, but also smaller crabs, their exoskeletons still bearing ridged ornamentation and puncture marks from predators. Some specimens show curled postures, suggesting they were buried alive in turbidity flows, or choked by rapid sedimentation. Others seem to rest peacefully, as if frozen in place. These deep-sea crabs were more than survivors. They were sentinels of a dying age, their last molts fossilized, just before the asteroid would erase the line between ancient and modern. The fossil crabs of the Maastricht Formation belong to groups such as Dicoticantha and Caloxanthus, close relatives of modern brachyrhines. Their presence so near the KBG boundary provides a rare snapshot of crustacean diversity just before the end Cretaceous extinction event. Some species appear adapted to soft seafloors and low oxygen conditions, broad carapaces for stability, long legs for walking across sediment without sinking. In several cases, the surrounding matrix contains not just the crab, but fossilized sea urchins, bivalves, and fish scales, an entire community entombed together, silent and preserved under layers of chalky silt. The mineralization in these deposits is gentle. The fine carbonate clays allowed calcium-rich water to slowly seep in, replacing organic tissue with stone while maintaining the delicate architecture of each limb. Even tiny hairs on some crab claws have been recorded under scanning electron microscopes, giving paleontologists a glimpse not just of form, but of function, how these creatures fed, moved, and even sensed their surroundings. Today, their fossils rest in museums and private collections, their curled shapes like punctuation marks at the end of a vast biological sentence. When the asteroid struck and fire swept the Earth's surface, these crabs were already buried, below the chaos, below the extinction, sealed into stone with the quiet persistence of deep-sea life. They did not roar or fall, they simply lay still, and endured in memory. Far below the modern seafloor, within deep marine sediment cores, extracted from ocean drilling projects, paleontologists have recovered microscopic treasures, fossilized otoliths, or ear stones, from lanternfish, that once illuminated the midnight zones of Earth's oceans. These tiny calcified structures, barely larger than grains of sand, are nestled within the skulls of bony fish, and serve as organs of balance and hearing. Unlike bones or scales, otoliths are incredibly dense and often survive when all else decays, in layers dating back tens of millions of years, especially from the Paleogene and Neogene periods. These fossil otoliths offer one of the clearest, most quantifiable records of deep-sea fish life in the fossil record. Lanternfish belong to the Myctophidae family, a group of small bioluminescent species that dominate the mesopelagic twilight zone. They rise at night to feed and fall by day to escape predation, a vertical migration repeated across epochs. Though their soft bodies rarely fossilize, their otoliths remain, each one uniquely shaped, with curves, ridges and pores so distinct that paleontologists can identify species from these fragments alone. From sediment cores pulled up from the Atlantic abyssal plain and the Pacific deep basins, thousands of otoliths have been catalogued, layered like drifted snow across eons, preserving a hidden census of the deep sea. Under microscopes, fossil lanternfish otoliths reveal a kind of geological fingerprint. Some are elongated and blade-like, others are compact, with flared edges and central notches. Their crystalline structure tells scientists how fast the fish grew, how warm the water was, even what season it died. In many cores, shifts in otolith species reflect massive environmental changes, cooling trends, deep-sea anoxia, or post-extinction rebounds. In the wake of the Cretaceous extinction, for example, lanternfish populations exploded, their otoliths forming dense bands in Paleocene sediments, as they filled ecological voids left by vanished marine reptiles and larger predatory fish. Because they are species-specific and well-preserved, otoliths have become essential for reconstructing ancient oceanic food webs. They are found in predator coprolites, in regurgitated fish pellets, and even in fossil seabird nests, allowing paleontologists to track who ate whom and when. These silent stones of the inner ear carry echoes of bioluminescence and motion, anchoring the bodies of fish that blinked with cold fire as they pulse through the ancient dark. And though the fish are gone, the balance stones remain, packed in sediment from 1,000 meters down. Each one is a perfect fossil of inner stillness, a point of orientation in the vast, shifting sea. They tell us that even in darkness, even without bones, memory persists. In the quiet archive of marine silt, the lanternfish still flickers, not in light, but in structure. Pressed flat into the fine dark layers of Ordovician and Silurian black shales, fossilized graptolites appear like silver scratches or dendritic threads, delicate lines that once drifted freely through prehistoric oceans. These colonial organisms, now long extinct, lived suspended in the water column, their tube-like bodies dangling from a slender stalk that connected individual zooids in linear or spiral chains. Preserved almost entirely as carbon films or impressions, graptolites are among the most striking fossils in the shale record. Their glossy outlines, capturing not just form but movement, like ghosted brushstrokes, across ancient pages of stone. Each graptolite colony, known as a rhabdosome, floated or hung from surfaces, depending on the species, some free-swimming, others anchored. Within each casing, a single zooid lived, feeding by filtering plankton from seawater. Fossils from regions like Scotland's southern uplands, Canada's Quebec formations, and New York's Utica Shale showcase entire branching structures, saw-tooth ridges along their edges, symmetrical curves, bifurcations and coiled spirals, all revealed when the shale is split along its bedding planes. These paper-thin fossils capture a kind of biological calligraphy, documenting the earliest suspension feeders in open water, etched permanently into the anoxic silence of the seabed. Despite their fragility, graptolites are among the most important index fossils in geology. Their rapid evolution and widespread distribution across marine environments allow paleontologists to use them to date rock layers with remarkable precision, entire epochs defined by the presence or absence of certain graptolite lineages. Some species survived barely 1,000,000 years, others much longer, but all left behind the same delicate ridges, preserved as shiny films of carbon, organic outlines more than bones or shells. The environment that preserved them was uniquely suited. Deep, low-oxygen basins where fine mud settled slowly over drifting carcasses. Without scavengers or decay, the soft tissues compressed gently, forming graphitic films against black shale, nature's negative image of once-living filaments. Occasionally, even the internal structures of the sea, the tiny individual zooid housings, can be seen under magnification, revealing fine structural architecture and hints of biological rhythm. In their day, graptolites formed massive blooms, trailing through plankton-rich waters and forming the base of complex food webs. Today, they are signatures of time, tools for mapping the flow of ages. They do not astonish with size or aggression, but with their clarity of detail, their persistence in the record, and the strange way they float across stone as if still adrift. In the black shales of forgotten oceans, the graptolite lines gleam, not with light, but with the shimmer of memory, captured in the calm between motion and rest. Within the dim and mysterious pages of the Ediacaran fossil record, a singular pattern recurs, like a whispered refrain, the elegant, coiled symmetry of Eoandromeda, preserved in fine-grained marine sediments over 550 million years old. This enigmatic organism left behind spiraled impressions no more than a few centimeters across, their delicate arms arranged in a hall of quiet precision. Found in locations as distant as South Australia's Ediacara Hills and South China's Dengying Formation, Eoandromeda occupies a strange place in the story of life. Not clearly animal, not clearly plant, but something ancestral, alien, and essential. The fossil consists of 8 spiral arms radiating from a central disc, their curves reminiscent of modern comb jellies or echinoderms, yet linked to neither with certainty. Its body lacked hard parts, relying instead on soft tissue preserved as faint depressions or carbon traces in fine silt. The symmetry is striking, not random or blobby, but radial, even mathematical in its calm order. This suggests Eoandromeda may have drifted or rotated gently through shallow Ediacaran seas, possibly filter feeding or absorbing nutrients directly from water. It was not fast, it was not armored, but it was part of the grand prelude, a quiet evolution of form before the Cambrian explosion rewrote the world in bone. For decades, paleontologists struggled to classify Eoandromeda. Some thought it a proto-echinoderm, others a colonial microorganism, or a relative of early ctenophores. Recent studies of its coiling symmetry and internal patterning hint that it may lie near the base of animal ancestry, perhaps an early attempt at organized complexity, poised at the threshold between microbial mats and true motile life. Its preservation in fine siltstone suggests it lived on or just above the seafloor, drifting with currents or anchored lightly in sediment, its delicate body catching particles as they passed. What Eoandromeda lacked in structure, it made up for in geometry, a spiral repeated in fossil after fossil, across continents, across time. In some beds, entire colonies appear to have died together, leaving starburst patterns across the stone like ancient tide marks. These quiet forms, motionless for 500 million years, mark one of the earliest known multicellular designs in the fossil record. Their silence is not absence but restraint, a soft beginning before the rise of jaws, shells, and segmented limbs. Today their fossils are subtle, easily overlooked beside more flamboyant Cambrian ancestors, but they remain the gentle architects of possibility. In their symmetry lies patience, in their curves the hint of a future. Eoandromeda does not shout its place in history, it whispers it, in spirals, in stone, in the quiet geometry of life just beginning to dream. Beneath the crushing depths of the Marianas Trench, the deepest part of Earth's ocean, sediment cores have revealed an ancient snowfall, unlike any other, a drift of silicate skeletons belonging to radiolarians, microscopic planktonic organisms whose forms rival stained glass in intricacy. For millions of years, these single-celled creatures floated near the ocean's surface, encased in symmetrical shells of opaline silica, and when they died, their delicate remains sank through miles of water to settle like silt on the abyssal plain. In the softest, most isolated reaches of the seafloor, They accumulated in layers so fine and undisturbed that they record not just the story of life, but the rhythms of planetary change. Each radiolarian skeleton is a tiny architectural marvel, often spherical or star-shaped, with spines and pores radiating from a central chamber. In sediment cores pulled from the trench's floor, these forms remain intact, despite the pressure, their skeletal frameworks glinting under the electron microscope, like crystallized snowflakes, preserved in geological time. The oldest layers contain species long extinct, some dating back to the Jurassic and Cretaceous, preserved in deep pelagic clays, with no other signs of larger life nearby. Their presence in such remote depths speaks to a continuous biological reign, a slow descent of fragile bodies from surface blooms to the trench's still black bottom, where time compresses silence into stone. Radiolarians, though small, have immense geological significance. Their opaline shells build the radiolarian ooze, found across vast stretches of deep ocean basins, forming a soft, pale sediment that holds climate secrets, tectonic records, and biological memory. In the Marianas cores, scientists have identified periodic shifts in radiolarian diversity and abundance that mirror glacial interglacial cycles and deep ocean current changes. Their extinction and proliferation patterns offer a microscopic window into global events, from mass extinctions and volcanism to ocean acidification and warming pulses. Layer by layer, these sediment cores reveal that even the smallest forms leave indelible traces, and that life, once shed, becomes the script of Earth's unfolding drama. What stuns researchers most is the preservation. Despite being deposited under nearly 11,000 meters of ocean, the radiolarian skeletons show minimal compression or distortion, a testament to the gentle sedimentation and unbroken quiet of the trench. Their skeletal geometries remain sharp, untouched by time's usual corrosions. For paleontologists, they act like fossil fingerprints, species-specific, time-indexed, and evolutionarily precise. And for geologists, they are stratigraphic anchors, traces of oceanic history that stretch back over 180 million years in certain layers. In the planet's deepest scar, radiolarians have formed a record of beauty and continuity, a drift of glass bones beneath the world's last silence. Carved into the sedimentary heart of the Baltic Sea's ancient seabed, layers of marine limestone conceal the enduring forms of brachiopods, shelled invertebrates that once blanketed the ocean floor like living stones. From the Ordovician through the Devonian and beyond, these filter feeders dominated benthic ecosystems, their hinged shells opening and closing in rhythmic silence to harvest drifting particles from the water. Unlike bivalves, to which they bear a superficial resemblance, brachiopods are a separate and older lineage, their symmetry anchored along the midline rather than across it. In the subsea limestone deposits off the coasts of Estonia, Latvia, and Sweden, entire fossil beds are packed with their remains, thousands of shells embedded in a matrix of shallow marine carbonate, each one a quiet echo of a time when seas were teeming and warm. The limestone formations of the Baltic bear witness to a shallow continental shelf that once stretched across a tropical archipelago. In these ancient lagoons and reef flats, brachiopods clustered in colonies, attaching themselves to hard substrates with fleshy stalks called pedicles. Their shells, often ribbed or ornamented with concentric ridges, are preserved in remarkable clarity, some bearing the traces of encrusting algae or boreholes from ancient parasites. In some fossil beds, multiple species coexisted in close proximity, their shell shapes evolving to exploit slight differences in water flow and sediment grain. These subtle adaptations speak to a world of intense ecological nuance, frozen now beneath the weight of sediment and time. Many of the brachiopods found in the Baltic limestones belong to genera such as Orthis, Strophomena, and Dalmanella, species that once thrived in equatorial waters, now entombed at the latitude of icy winters and glacial scars. Their presence not only reveals shifting climate zones but also the tectonic migrations of entire plates, carrying these ocean memories across hemispheres. The fossil record here is rich with variation, from thick-shelled deep-water forms adapted to low light and turbulence, to thin-walled species that lived in clearer, shallower waters where sunlight danced across the reef. Some still retain faint mineral traces of their original shell composition, calcite and phosphate etched with time's slow rearrangement. In cross-section, the limestone reveals more than just shells. It captures the story of sedimentation, fine-grained marine muds compressing around shell beds, infilling cavities, hardening into a stony library of paleoecology. In some cases, the brachiopods are so densely packed they form coquina layers, shellstone compressed from sheer abundance. These layers mark moments of life's flourishing, when the sea was rich, the currents favorable, and death was as much a part of the rhythm as growth. Today, these fossils remain among the most studied marine invertebrates in Earth's history, not for their grandeur, but for their persistence. A lineage that spanned over 500 million years, surviving multiple extinction events, and still existing in quiet, humble forms on modern sea floors. In the limestone beneath the Baltic, their memory hardens, not as a relic, but as a reminder of life's deep and enduring patterns. Pressed into Cambrian sandstone and Silurian shale alike, the fossilized shells of Lingula appear simple at first glance. Symmetrical, tongue-shaped valves, with faint concentric ridges. But their significance lies not in ornament, but in continuity. Unlike most of its long-extinct brachiopod relatives, Lingula is still alive today, burrowed into the soft, shallow seabeds of estuaries and lagoons from the Indo-Pacific to the western Atlantic. The form is nearly unchanged, a fossil from 500 million years ago, pulled from an Ordovician rock in Wales, or a Devonian outcrop in Australia, looks nearly identical to the creature that now extends its fleshy stalk into modern mud and opens its shell to feed. It is often called a living fossil, though the phrase simplifies a far more subtle truth. Evolution has not stood still, but the design has persisted, refined but familiar, ancient yet active. The earliest Lingula fossils come from the Cambrian explosion, when animal life first diversified rapidly in Earth's oceans. Unlike trilobites and other flamboyant forms of the time, Lingula opted for simplicity and survival, soft-bodied, except for its bivalved shell, anchored by a long muscular pedicle that allowed it to live partially buried, protected from predators and turbulent currents. The fossil record shows its presence across nearly every major marine epoch. Triassic limestones in China, Carboniferous strata in North America, and Jurassic mudstones in Japan. In each layer, the same shape appears: two ovoid valves, slightly pointed at the hinge, enclosing a creature that outlived almost everything it shared its early oceans with. That endurance, across 5 mass extinctions, is a statement in itself. Today's Lingula, while almost indistinguishable externally, reveals differences under close anatomical and genetic inspection. Its shell composition has shifted slightly, the internal musculature evolved modestly, and its ecological preferences adapted to new tidal rhythms and sediment types. But the core strategy remains unchanged: burrow deep, open the valves just enough to let in food, and remain unseen by a world constantly reshaping itself. This quiet consistency has made Lingula a subject of fascination in evolutionary biology, a benchmark against which the tempo of change can be measured. In an age where most marine species have appeared and vanished in far shorter spans, Lingula persists, threading a continuous biological thread from the Cambrian to the Anthropocene. Its fossils, when found, often lie alone, or in modest clusters, suggesting a solitary or loosely gregarious existence. The shell's composition, rich in calcium phosphate rather than the more common calcite, adds to its preservation potential, giving paleontologists an unusually robust archive of form and variation. In some coastal regions of modern Asia, Lingula is harvested for food, its long evolutionary legacy brought full circle into human hands. To touch one of its living shells is to bridge an incomprehensible stretch of time, to place a fingertip on something that blinked into the fossil record before trees, before bones, before any vertebrate ever took a breath. In Lingula, the past is not just preserved, it continues, quietly anchored in the mud, waiting for the tide. Beneath the hypersaline brine pools of the Atlantis to deep, a basin at the center of the Red Sea's spreading rift, lie some of the most extreme marine conditions on Earth. waters hot enough to boil blood, dense with metals, devoid of oxygen. And yet, buried within the sediment, just beneath these brine layers, paleontologists and geochemists have uncovered an astonishing archive of microfossils, tiny skeletal remains of foraminifera, coccolithophores, and diatoms that once drifted in the shallower, more hospitable waters above. These microfossils, preserved in laminated mats of sulfide-rich mud and metalliferous ooze, offer a glimpse into an ancient ocean layered with contrast, surface life thriving above, extremity festering below, and between them, a record sealed in heat and salt. The discovery of these fossils emerged during deep-sea drilling expeditions in the 1960s and 70s, when scientists first reached through the Atlantis to deep's toxic slurry and extracted cores revealing alternating bands of chalky white and inky black. Each layer, sometimes millimeters thick, recorded an oscillation of temperature, salinity, sea level, or current. Within those bands, under scanning microscopes, the tiny remains of planktonic life stood revealed, the test shells of foraminifera with intricate spiral chambers, coccolith plates, arranged like rosettes, and the glassy frustules of diatoms, their silica skeletons etched like microscopic cathedral windows. Though deposited far from the cold, oxygen-rich depths where fossils are usually found, these microfossils survived in chemical stasis, entombed beneath a brine too hostile for bacteria to decompose them. The presence of microfossils in such a volatile geological setting reshapes our understanding of preservation. The Atlantis to deep, with its superheated brines and shifting salt domes, would seem an unlikely place to harbor any remnant of ancient life, and yet it has done so with extraordinary precision. Foraminiferal assemblages in these cores suggest not only past plankton blooms, but also climatic oscillations tied to glacial and interglacial cycles, with species composition shifting as ocean conditions above the basin changed. Their survival below the brine is not a paradox, but a consequence of chemistry, the same toxicity that makes the environment inhospitable to life also shields what dies from decay. Scientists continue to study these microfossils not just for their biological interest, but for their potential to trace hydrothermal activity, tectonic evolution, and even metal deposition over time. Some layers are rich in manganese and iron, others in lead and zinc, all cemented around skeletal remains finer than a grain of sand. It is a paradoxical archive, where life's most delicate architecture is fossilized by the same forces that usually dissolve it. In the underworld of the Red Sea, where heat warps chemistry and no fish can swim, these microfossils lie still. They are voices from the photic zone, whispered down into the abyss, preserved not by gentleness, but by extremity. In a trench of poison and fire, the smallest shells endured. Etched into the limestone beds of Namibia, China, and Oman, the fossil traces of Cloudina mark one of evolution's most profound thresholds, the moment when animals first began to build skeletons. Dating to over 550 million years ago, just before the Cambrian explosion, Cloudina is the earliest known creature to form a rigid mineralized shell. Its structure appears deceptively simple, a series of funnel-shaped tubes stacked end to end like a chimney, each new layer added by the organism as it grew. But this innovation, the external skeleton, was revolutionary. For the first time, life took a hard stand against the sea, building armor not just for support, but likely for protection. Cloudina was small, most specimens measuring only a few millimeters long, but its presence is widespread in late Ediacaran reefs, often in dense clusters that suggest colonial living. Some individuals are preserved attached to microbial mats or encrusting hard substrates, hinting at early ecological interactions between animal and environment. The shell was composed of calcium carbonate, and its modular construction allowed Cloudina to extend upward in segments, anchoring itself against currents, and perhaps even avoiding sediment burial. In a world dominated by soft-bodied forms, this was a radical shift, a creature not only reacting to its environment, but shaping its body to defy it. What makes Cloudina so extraordinary is not just its antiquity, but its timing. It emerged at the very edge of the Ediacaran, Cambrian boundary, a period marked by accelerating evolutionary experimentation and the first appearance of predation. Some Cloudina fossils show borings, small holes drilled clean through the walls of their tubular shells, clear signs that something in those primordial seas had learned to attack, to penetrate, to feed on others. The arms race of life was beginning, and Cloudina's defensive architecture may have been a direct response. In this sense, its skeleton was not just a passive casing, but a declaration the age of body plans had arrived. Today, Cloudina's fossils serve as a cornerstone for understanding the rise of complex life. They are found in environments that once hosted early reefs, among microbialites and stromatolites, in sediments deposited in shallow marine platforms. Their distribution helps reconstruct paleo-environments, and their presence in diverse global locations shows that this skeletal leap was not an isolated event, but a global movement toward the construction of the body, permanence etched in calcium. Though the organism that built them is long vanished, its gift remains. In every armored trilobite, in every bivalve, in the spine of a fish and the shell of a crab, echoes of Cloudina's innovation endure. It was small, it was ancient, and it changed everything. Cast across the marine shales and mudstones of the Ordovician and Silurian periods, the minute, flask-shaped forms of chitinozans lie scattered like tiny black vials, their function obscured by time. These microscopic fossils, often less than a millimeter in length, have mystified paleontologists for decades. Composed of organic material, not mineral, chitinozans were once living sacs, formed by unknown marine organisms that likely drifted in the open sea. Their tough, chitin-like walls allowed them to fossilize in extraordinary numbers, creating dense assemblages that have become crucial tools for stratigraphers, even as their biological identity remains unresolved. Some theories suggest they were egg cases of extinct planktonic animals, a kind of protective chamber for embryonic life cast adrift in ancient oceans. The shape of chitinozans varies. Some taper to long necks, others balloon outward into urns or blisters, often capped with a lid or sealed with a plug. These forms occur across marine rocks in Baltica, Gondwana, and Laurentia, painting a picture of a wide, shallow ocean teeming with drifting reproductive vessels. When viewed under high-powered microscopes, their surfaces often show fine ornamentation, spines, collars, ridges, details so consistent they allow species-level identification. Though their origin remains uncertain, their repetition across millions of years and thousands of miles reveals a biological consistency, a pattern of life that quietly shaped the planktonic world, even if its maker has vanished without a trace. Part B. Their abundance and rapid evolutionary turnover make chitinozans ideal index fossils. Geologists can identify a layer of shale by the species present within, using chitinozan biostratigraphy to track sedimentation rates, transgressive regressive cycles, and even global extinction boundaries. In some sequences, chitinozans vanish suddenly, their disappearance used to mark ecological shifts or mass die-offs. In others, they swarm in density, suggesting favorable oceanic conditions, perhaps blooms of whatever creatures spawned them. Unlike foraminifera or radiolarians, chitinozans left no body fossils of their adult forms. If they were indeed egg cases, the animals that laid them remain unknown, unpreserved, unrecorded. Yet their mystery is precisely what grants them power. In every dark shale extracted from the Appalachian Basin, in every siltstone peeled from the cliffs of Estonia, chitinozans whisper the rhythms of an ancient reproductive cycle, one that must have governed millions of planktonic lives over tens of millions of years. Their forms, though microscopic, tell of evolution's subtle machinery, adaptation without witness, survival without a skeleton. While the creatures they served may be forgotten, the egg cases remain. Each one, a sealed capsule of intent, a fossil not of a body, but of a purpose. Life sent adrift into deep time. In the anoxic muds of ancient sea basins, where sulfur seeped through sediment and iron mingled with decay, some of the ocean's softest creatures were immortalized in one of the hardest ways possible, through pyritization. Among them, the fossilized remains of marine worms stand out as rare and exquisite preservations of soft-bodied anatomy. These delicate creatures, which in life slithered through seabeds or drifted through shallow currents, typically left no trace, their gelatinous forms prone to rapid decomposition. But in certain conditions, their bodies were buried quickly in sulfur-rich, oxygen-poor sediments, and bacteria within the decay process facilitated the chemical substitution of soft tissues with iron sulfide. Over time, this process formed minute, glistening replicas of the original organisms in the form of fool's gold, shining golden fossils hidden within layers of black shale. One of the richest repositories of such fossils lies in the Hunsrück Slate of Germany, a Devonian formation that has yielded breathtaking specimens of annelid worms, some preserved with parapodia, bristles, and even traces of internal organs. These fossils are often so fine that their muscle segments, jaw elements, and nervous systems can be seen under magnification, each feature rendered in pyrite with incredible precision. It is as though the creatures, long vanished from the living sea, had been flash-frozen in metallic light, their wriggling motions and simple anatomies captured not in chalk or clay, but in gleaming mineral form. The brilliance is not symbolic, it is literal. When split from the stone, these fossils shimmer in gold. Pyritized marine worms are more than beautiful anomalies. They are rare windows into the lives of organisms that typically exist outside the fossil record. Their preservation reveals ancient behaviors, burrows, feeding structures, segmented musculature, adapted for crawling or swimming. In some cases, fossils show groups of worms together, perhaps huddled or mating, their forms curled and intertwined in a moment of communal life, now crystallized in iron. These aren't mere impressions. They are three-dimensional fossils with mass and depth, formed through a process where decay itself became the sculptor, replacing tissues with minerals grain by grain, atom by atom. Beyond the Hunsrück, other pyritized soft-bodied fossils have been found in formations like the Beecher's Trilobite bed in New York and Monsola's mines in France, but few match the details seen in the marine worms. They are reminders that under just the right conditions, even the most ephemeral lives, the slim, the soft, the squirming, can be etched into permanence. To hold one is to cradle a paradox, something once pliant and invisible, now rigid and luminous. Evolution, it seems, occasionally gilds its smallest children, not in celebration, but in secrecy. In the dark and the sulfur, where no eyes watched them die, they were given the rarest gift, a golden afterlife in stone. Layered deep within Paleozoic marine sediments, in Ordovician, Silurian, and Devonian strata, paleontologists uncovered strange cap-shaped fossils, simple, rounded shells that resembled those of limpets, but bore no clear relation to any known modern mollusks. For over a century, these monoplacophorans were thought extinct, an early experiment in molluscan form that had vanished along with trilobites and graptolites. Their shells, typically no more than a few centimeters in length, bore faint muscle scars and shallow grooves radiating outward from the apex, suggesting a primitive yet organized body plan. In the fossil record, they were among the first shelled creatures to appear after the Cambrian, playing a modest role in early benthic ecosystems. Then, in 1952, the narrative shifted. A deep-sea dredge in the Pacific Ocean, off the coast of Costa Rica, recovered a living monoplacophoran, a species named Neopelina galethiae. What had been a long-extinct fossil group was suddenly alive and thriving in the abyssal plains over 3,000 meters below the surface. This Lazarus taxon rewrote our assumptions about extinction, biogeography, and evolutionary persistence. The modern monoplacophorans looked almost identical to their fossilized ancestors, with the same low-profile, bilaterally symmetrical shell and multiple pairs of gills and muscles inside. It was as though evolution had frozen their design in place, not out of stagnation, but success. Since the rediscovery, more living species of monoplacophorans have been found in deep-sea trenches and continental slopes, scattered across the world's oceans, always in dark, high-pressure environments, far from where their fossils were first found in shallow marine rocks. This geographic disjunction suggests a story of ancient retreat, Once widespread in shallow Paleozoic seas, the monoplacophorans may have slowly vanished from sunlit waters, surviving only in the deep refugia, where competition, predation, and environmental change moved more slowly. Their soft bodies rarely fossilize, but the mineralized shells, both fossilized and modern, now form a continuous record that stretches across more than 400 million years. What makes their story particularly haunting is the quiet dignity of their design. These creatures are neither fast nor flashy. They do not boast coiled shells or venomous harpoons. Instead, they persist with anatomical modesty, a single curved plate, and a segmented internal layout that whispers of ancestral molluscan traits. Their survival is not just a scientific curiosity, it is a philosophical one. In a world of dramatic extinction and radical transformation, the monoplacophoran has simply endured, silent beneath the waves. To find its shell in ancient limestone, and then again on the floor of the modern deep, is to glimpse evolution's long, slow breath, steady, stubborn, and infinitely patient. Encased within the black shale of the Quanchuanpu Formation in Shaanxi Province, China, tiny spheroid fossils, barely a millimeter wide, once went unnoticed, passed over by the eye in favor of larger, more dramatic relics of early life. But under the gaze of an electron microscope, their complexity was revealed. This was Secoritis, a creature so small and primitive that it may represent the earliest known deuterostome, the ancestral group that includes vertebrates, echinoderms, and chordates. Its body resembled an inflated sac, round and textured, with a large central mouth and no obvious anus, flanked by radial pores once thought to be primitive gill slits. Dated to around 540 million years ago, it is among the most ancient blueprints of the animals that would one day walk, swim, and breathe across the planet. The significance of Secoritis lies in its position at the base of a tree that eventually leads to humans. Its entire body was likely soft and lacked any form of shell or skeletal protection, meaning its preservation required exceptionally fine sediments and rapid burial, conditions rarely met in early Cambrian seas. Yet in these Chinese deposits, dozens of specimens were found with details so crisp they revealed surface spines, wrinkled textures, and even hints of internal structures. It lived in the sediment, perhaps burrowing slightly, or clinging to sand grains, mouth always open, drawing in food particles from its surroundings. It was not graceful, nor efficient, but it was first. Early interpretations of Secoritis painted it as a basal deuterostome, not because of complexity, but because of its simplicity, its lack of specialization, and its possession of features that could have seeded later evolutionary innovations. That wide mouth, surrounded by a fleshy rim, may have served multiple functions: feeding, expelling waste, even anchoring. The side pores, once suspected to be early gill slits, a key deuterostome trait, were later suggested to be collapsed body structures or broken out pockets, meaning even its classification remains under debate. But what is certain is this: Secoritis existed at a pivotal moment, a branching point in the evolutionary story, when the first true animals were beginning to carve paths into complexity. To hold a fossil of Secoritis, if such a thing were visible to the naked eye, would be to touch a ghost at the root of the vertebrate lineage. It possessed no brain, no heart, no skeleton. Yet from such forms came the eventual rise of jaws, limbs, and thought. That we can trace such beginnings to a bead-sized fossil in a slab of Chinese shale is a testament to both biology's subtlety and paleontology's patience. Secoritis didn't dominate its world, it didn't leave behind armor or tracks, but it was there at the beginning, when bodies first took shape from formlessness, and when the mouth, that elemental opening, became the first door to the future. Set in the warm, shallow waters of the early Cambrian seas, before corals ever staked their claim on the reef, a strange and silent builder took root in the carbonate platforms of what is now Siberia, Australia, and Antarctica. These were the Archaeocya, ancient conical sea creatures that constructed the world's first biological reefs. Their skeletal forms looked like nested cups, or double-walled cones, perforated with countless tiny pores, built from calcite in patterns so regular they seem almost artificial. Though they resemble corals in function, Archaeocyathra were not true cnidarians. Instead, they belonged to a short-lived but pioneering group of sponges that flourished only for a few tens of millions of years before disappearing without descendants. The reef structures they formed were complex ecosystems, aggregations of interlocking cones, encrusted by microbial mats, and colonized by early trilobites and brachiopods. These were oases in a mostly barren marine world, forming the first frameworks of habitat in Earth's young oceans. Fossils of Archaeocyathra are often found embedded in massive limestone blocks, their chambers still intact, frozen mid-growth. The walls of their bodies allowed water to flow through for filter feeding, much like modern sponges. But unlike soft-bodied sponges, their calcified skeletons enabled them to form massive stable reef complexes, sprawling communities of simple creatures cooperating through architecture. What makes Archaeocyathra so compelling is the brevity of their reign. They appeared suddenly in the early Cambrian, around 525 million years ago, and vanished just as swiftly by the Middle Cambrian, replaced over time by more complex sponges, and eventually, corals. Their extinction remains somewhat mysterious, possibly tied to changing sea levels, ocean chemistry, or competition. But in their time, they shaped environments in ways no creature had done before. Some of the limestone platforms in Siberia are made almost entirely of Archaeocyathran fossils, entire geological structures, composed from the accumulation of their cones over generations. They are among the oldest organisms with a calcified body, a sign of the Cambrian shift toward hard parts, the evolutionary arms race that enabled predation, defense, and more complex ecological networks. The reefs they built provided shelter and feeding grounds, transforming flat seafloors into tiered dynamic environments. These structures, now turned to stone, are studied by geologists not only as paleontological records, but as proxies for ancient sea chemistry, temperature, and tectonic behavior. Though extinct, Archaeocyathra mark a turning point, when life began not only to inhabit the seafloor, but to engineer it. Their fossils are the blueprints of ambition, left behind by architects whose names nature no longer remembers, only their silent porous towers rising from the deep. Tucked between sedimentary layers, on ancient seafloors, coiled and fragmented forms sometimes emerge that, at first glance, look like nothing more than lumps of stone, but closer examination reveals a subtler identity. These are coprolites, the fossilized remains of excrement. More than mere waste, they are records of consumption, digestion, and behavior, the indirect shadows of vanished creatures. In deep-sea strata dated to the Devonian, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods, coprolites from large marine predators have been discovered, their twisted shapes, often embedded with crushed bone fragments, scales, and shells. These relics mark the passage, not just of time, but of prey, through the internal chambers of something that ruled the waters above. Some of the most detailed predator coprolites come from marine reptiles, such as ichthyosaurs, mosasaurs, and plesiosaurs, with preserved contents that reveal what these giants once fed on. In one Jurassic coprolite, found in what is now Poland, paleontologists identified splintered fish bones and cephalopod hooks, clear evidence of a carnivorous diet. Another, from Cretaceous chalk beds in Kansas, was so densely packed with crushed belemnite shells that the predator's digestive power seemed almost industrial. The spiral or segmented texture of the coprolite can even suggest the anatomy of the creature's gut, some wrapped tightly in a coil, others extruded in thick, broken segments, hardened by time and mineral seepage. These were the exhale of the ancient deep post-hunt, post-digestion, post-life. Coprolites are invaluable, not just for what they contain, but for what they imply. They confirm food chains. They reconstruct ecosystems. A predator fossilized in isolation says nothing of what it ate, but a coprolite, riddled with bones or chitin, tells a more complete story. In deep marine contexts, where skeletons often drift apart or are scavenged before burial, coprolites preserve a direct sequence of biological action. One animal consumed another, processed it, and left behind a chemical imprint of that event. Some coprolites even preserve trace compounds like phosphate and calcium carbonate in concentrations that reflect specific digestive enzymes, suggesting adaptations to different kinds of prey or feeding styles. There's also a poetic intimacy to coprolites, a glimpse into the most mundane but essential process of life, digestion, carried out by creatures long gone. In the darkest levels of ancient seas, where visibility was low and pressure immense, marine predators hunted, swallowed, and moved on. What remains is not a roar or footprint, but a stone packed with fragments of vanished prey, layered, compacted, and hardened into permanence. To study one is to follow the last path of another animal's life, not through its bones, but through its end. And beneath the silence of fossilized excrement lies a quiet kind of evidence that deep in time, something fed well enough to leave behind a story. In the rolling phosphate beds of North Africa, beneath the sands of Morocco, and the pale cliffs of Egypt, immense teeth with finely serrated edges lie buried like broken daggers. These are not the teeth of Megalodon, though they resemble them in size and structure. They belong to an older monster, Otodus obliquus, the ancestral megashark that terrorized the Eocene seas nearly 60 million years ago. With teeth reaching up to 4 inches in length, Otodus was a predator of staggering proportions. Estimates place it at over 30 feet long, its body built like a torpedo, its bite powerful enough to crush bone and shell alike. Before Megalodon rose, Otodus was already perfecting the blueprint of macro-predatory sharks, swift, silent, and terminal. Fossils of Otodus obliquus are mostly known from their massive teeth and occasional vertebral centra. Sharks, with their cartilage skeletons, rarely leave much more behind. But the size and shape of these teeth speak volumes. Tall, triangular crowns, often with fine vertical striations, and small backward curving cusps at the base. These traits place Otodus as an evolutionary link in the lamniform lineage, connecting earlier Paleocene sharks to the later larger Megalodon. Otodus megalodon, now reclassified in many schemes within the same genus. Otodus didn't merely hunt fish. Its diet likely included turtles, early whales, and other sharks. It ruled warm, shallow oceans during a time when marine mammals were just beginning to explore the aquatic realm, giving Otodus a buffet of slow, soft-bodied targets in waters it had already mastered. The geographical spread of Otodus fossils is immense, from North America to Europe, Asia, and the Tethyan seaways of ancient oceans. Its presence defines Eocene marine layers. Paleontologists have traced its tooth evolution over millions of years. Watching as the lateral cusps gradually reduced, the serrations became finer, and the crowns thickened. Subtle hints of predatory refinement across generations. These changes suggest an arms race unfolding at an evolutionary scale, as prey species adapted defenses and Otodus adapted back. Eventually, its descendants would evolve into even larger, more lethal forms, but Otodus obliquus remains the prototype. Elegant, brutal, and perfectly tuned for its time. To hold one of its fossil teeth is to grip the edge of an ancient empire, a weapon of a vanished hunter. These fossils are often beautifully preserved, their enamel still shining, their roots intact, a hint of bloodless violence sleeping beneath the polish. Some collectors prize them as curiosities, unaware of the narrative carved into their edges. This was a shark that lived before humanity was even a thought in the dust. It knew no challenges, it died without fear. Its body dissolved into the current, but its teeth remain, not scattered, but placed like stones left at the corners of a forgotten altar. Otodus obliquus was not a myth, it was muscle and momentum, appetite and edge, and in every fossil tooth, it waits, jaws parted, history sharpened. Pressed into paper-thin layers of ancient marine shale, the delicate outlines of lanternfish, those elusive denizens of the twilight zone, have sometimes been found with more than just bones or fins. In rare and remarkable instances, faint patches of carbon residue mark the positions of photophores, organs once capable of producing light. These are the fossilized remnants of bioluminescent systems, preserved not in glass jars or frozen tissue, but locked in stone, impressions left behind by fish that once blinked and shimmered in the deep. These fossils, discovered in formations like the Menilite shales of Eastern Europe and select sites in Japan and Lebanon, reveal a world not just of form, but of light. Light used to confuse, seduce, and survive in the darkness. Lanternfish today are small and unassuming, yet they make up one of the most abundant vertebrate biomasses in the world's oceans. Their ancestors, too, seem to have flourished in the Miocene and Oligocene seas, migrating vertically through the water column each day in the largest coordinated movement on Earth. The fossilized impressions of their bodies often show them preserved belly up, their spines curved, their fins splayed, but it is the faint chemical ghosting, the patches near the lower jaw, beneath the eyes, and along the flanks, that suggest where once light organs pulsed. These marks are not decorative, they are maps of a biological language, flickers that warned rivals, synchronized glows that drew mates, counter-illumination patterns that erased shadows from below. Their preservation is so rare that it is often debated, but under the right conditions, even light can leave a scar. The fossil record of bioluminescence is nearly non-existent. Light is ephemeral, its structures are soft, its mechanisms mostly biochemical, luciferins and enzymes, not bones or shells. Yet in these lanternfish fossils, where oil shales formed in deep basins cut off from oxygen, the exceptional conditions allowed for organic residues to persist. Using scanning electron microscopes and spectroscopic imaging, researchers have identified carbon films and microscopic patterns that match the distribution of modern photophores, lending credence to the claim. These fossil fish, long dead, still bear the blueprint of their internal stars. This rare preservation tells a story not just of an animal, but of a behavior, of glowing in darkness, of surviving by becoming unseen or mesmerizing. The ocean's mid-waters, vast and pressure-heavy, are ruled by shadow and deception. To shine there is to signal with intent. Its shine there is to signal with intent. These fossil impressions show us that such strategies are not new. Tens of millions of years ago, fish glowed beneath ancient waves just as they do now. Their light was brief, their lives fragile, but when the right fish died in the right place, its glow became part of the rock. And now, beneath microscope and lamplight, that glow returns, not in brilliance, but in trace, as if to say the deep has always shimmered. Spread across the tidal flats and lagoons of ancient coastlines, long before the rise of land plants or vertebrate life, vast fields of photosynthetic mats flourished just below the surface. These were the algae carpets of the Proterozoic and early Paleozoic eras, microbial assemblages that layered upon themselves in warm sunlit waters, building up reef-like mounds through cycles of growth, death, and sediment trapping. Over time, these soft green blankets helped construct shallow marine carbonate platforms, eventually fossilizing into layered structures known as stromatolites and thrombolites, or becoming subtly preserved in limestones as thin, wrinkled films. Though they lacked the charisma of animals or the scale of coral reefs, they were the lungs of early Earth's oceans, pumping oxygen into the sea and sky with slow, relentless breath. In fossil outcrops from Western Australia, Canada, and South Africa, these ancient mats appear as rippled or tufted textures embedded in carbonate rocks, sometimes with concentric laminations or complex surface patterns. Closer inspection under microscopes reveals a mixture of cyanobacteria, green algae, and clay grains, life woven into stone. These mats not only helped stabilize sediments and trap minerals, but also played a foundational role in carbonate precipitation, laying the groundwork for reef formation before multicellular organisms took over the job. Their structure was so efficient that similar microbial mats persist in modern hypersaline environments like Shark Bay, a living echo of this primordial process. In the fossil record, they whisper of coastlines long drowned, where sunlight skimmed the surface, and life spread out as film rather than form. Preserved algae mats serve as more than ancient curiosities. They are geological storytellers. Their presence within stratified carbonates reveals tidal rhythms, water depths, even storm events, as some mats show signs of disruption and regrowth. In places they curl upward like scrolls where ancient waves lifted and tore them before burial. In others they extend uninterrupted for meters, tracing undisturbed calm across a seafloor frozen in time. Some mats formed delicate pustular surfaces, while others were domed, resembling bubble wrap hardened into stone. These surface features are so consistent that they have become index tools for identifying paleo-environmental settings, guiding geologists through time as they reconstruct coastlines that vanished 500 million years ago. Their biological impact is equally profound. These mats were early ecosystem engineers, creating oxygenated microenvironments, cycling nutrients, and serving as nurseries for the first eukaryotic life. Their chemical outputs altered the composition of oceans and atmosphere alike, shaping Earth's biosphere at its roots. Though silent and structureless by modern standards, their collective contribution was monumental. Each fossilized mat, embedded in carbonate cliffs or siltstone layers, is a slab of history where life met geology, soft and green, then hardened and grey. And in those ripples we find the record of persistence that the ocean's earliest architects were not creatures with teeth or fins, but organisms so small they formed continents by gathering, layer by layer, beneath the reach of waves. Beneath thousands of meters of open ocean, where drills descend through darkness into layered silence, some of the most abundant fossils on Earth are recovered, not bones or teeth, but shells no larger than a grain of sand. These are foraminifera, or forams, single-celled protists with intricate calcium carbonate shells, called tests that accumulate over time into vast chalky deposits on the seafloor. The Ocean Drilling Program, ODP, and its successors, such as the International Ocean Discovery Program, ODP, have brought up cores from deep marine sediments all over the world, and in nearly every one, foram fossils fill the spaces between silts and clays like silt-sized time capsules. Some foraminifera float freely in the ocean column, planktic forams, while others live along the seafloor, benthic forams. But both leave behind records so precise, they can be used to date layers of sediment within thousands of years. Their shells, though tiny, are masterpieces of architecture. Spiral forms, chambers, ridges, and spines, all constructed from dissolved ocean minerals, reflect millennia of ocean chemistry and temperature. Certain species only existed for brief windows of geological time, making them perfect index fossils. And more than that, their isotopic signatures encode global shifts, carbon levels, ice ages, extinctions. Their fossils are not just remnants of life, but tools for reading the heartbeat of the ancient sea. When scientists extract deep-sea cores from the Atlantic, Pacific, or Southern Ocean, they slice through millions of years in a single column, and in those layers, foraminifera form the narrative structure. In some sections, their shells are so abundant that the core appears white, rich with micrite, the sedimentary dust of a billion dead protists. In others, the species composition shifts dramatically, marking extinction events, migration waves, or sudden cooling phases. The Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary, for example, is marked by a dramatic disappearance of many planktic forams, their elegant shells replaced briefly by chaos and recovery. It is through their absence, as much as their presence, that history is told. Under magnification, each test reveals both beauty and data. Some are smooth and coiled, others are spiked or chambered like miniature cathedrals. Despite their size, foraminifera are central to our understanding of paleoclimatology, plate tectonics, and marine ecosystems. They map the migration of continents. They record the rise and fall of sea levels. They track the shifting salinity and temperature of the oceans through glacial and interglacial epochs. Their remains are humble, yet planetary in their impact. To peer at one under a microscope is to stare directly into ancient oceans, not through metaphor but through matter. 1 billion forams fell to the seafloor unnoticed, and now, lifted in glass tubes from beneath the abyss, they speak for time itself. Embedded in ancient Devonian limestone from Morocco, Germany, and parts of North America, the Trilobite genus Phacops appears again and again, a modestly sized arthropod with a gently curved body, broad glabella, and most notably, eyes that glint with an almost unnatural clarity. These weren't eyes made of soft tissue long since vanished. They were made of calcite crystal, preserved intact for over 380 million years. Each eye of Phacops contained hundreds of individual lenses, each a miniature column of calcite, aligned precisely to let light pass through with little distortion, the perfect evolutionary adaptation for vision beneath dim, filtered waters. These compound eyes were so well preserved that under a microscope, the fossil still appears to look back. Phacops wasn't the largest trilobite, nor the most bizarre, but it was among the most visually refined. Its species, like Phacops rana from North America, thrived in marine settings that teemed with coral reefs, brachiopods, and cephalopods. When threatened, it rolled into a tight ball like a pillbug, tucking its legs and soft underside beneath a dome of armored segments. Many fossils are found in this defensive posture, forever curled, but the eyes are what linger in the imagination. Unlike most compound eyes, which use chitinous lenses, Phacops built its vision from a mineral lattice, the same material that forms its exoskeleton. As a result, those eyes survived, optical crystals of a creature that saw the Devonian world, and then fossilized in the act of watching. What makes Phacops' eyes more remarkable is their structural optics. Each calcite lens is a naturally transparent crystal, oriented so that light enters along its optical axis, minimizing distortion. This biological architecture is a rare example where nature independently arrived at a solution resembling engineered lenses. The eyes had a dual-layer design. Beneath the lenses lay a set of sensory cells, creating a schizochrone system, meaning each lens operated more independently than those of typical compound eyes. In practical terms, Phacops may have had better contrast detection and depth perception than its trilobite relatives. This evolutionary refinement suggests a creature that depended heavily on vision, either for detecting predators, navigating complex reef terrain, or locating prey in the sediment shallows. To this day, no other fossil eye system is as clearly preserved or as deeply studied. Scientists have replicated Phacops' visual system in models to understand early vision. Artists have carved replicas of its lenses. Collectors prize these trilobites, not for their rarity, but for their gaze. Frozen in limestone, precise as any lens of glass or quartz. In Phacops, evolution created a creature that didn't just exist, but observed. And when the species died out in the late Devonian extinction, it left behind not only its armored body but its window to the world. Those fossilized crystal eyes remain open, silent, watching not the sea, but us, who now peer back across epochs, through their perfect unblinking geometry. From the ghost grey limestones of Kansas to the soft chalk beds of Lebanon, an unmistakable silhouette emerges in Cretaceous marine fossils. A streamlined fish with arched jaws and a pair of teeth so large they curve like sabers. This was Enchidus, the so-called saber-toothed herring, though its lineage places it far from true herrings. Measuring up to 5 feet long in some species, Enchidus swam in epicontinental seas that once flooded the interiors of continents, such as the Western Interior Seaway, that split North America in two. It was a predator built for speed and surprise, capable of launching itself through murky water to strike prey with jaws tipped in fangs up to 2 inches long. Teeth so exaggerated, they extended from the upper jaw like knives unsheathed. Those teeth, enamel shiny and often preserved perfectly, are among the most common vertebrate fossils in certain marine formations. Even when the rest of the fish decayed, the teeth remained, embedded in shale, curled within nodules, or glinting loose in eroded stream beds. But they weren't just ornaments. Microscopic analysis shows wear patterns, striations, and evidence of repeated use, suggesting Enchidus was an active hunter, not a scavenger. It likely fed on smaller fish, squid-like cephalopods, and perhaps even the occasional juvenile mosasaur. The placement of its eyes, forward and slightly elevated, implies it relied heavily on sight, making it a daytime predator in open marine waters, where stealth met speed in a narrow window of attack. Fossils of Enchidus have been found alongside creatures like Siphactinus, Mosasaurus, and Parkerizidus, often as stomach contents, suggesting that although Enchidus was a predator, it was also a frequent prey. In fact, its saber teeth show up inside the bellies of larger fish and reptiles, still locked in place even as the rest of the skeletons dissolve. Its body, though less iconic than its fangs, was designed for maneuverability. A narrow trunk, strong tail fin, and small high dorsal fin suggest bursts of rapid movement, perfect for ambushing prey or evading something far larger. There's a strange elegance to its fossil record. Whole skeletons of Enchidus have been recovered from marine basins once choked with sediment, their bones arranged as if in mid-swim, their teeth still grinning in death. Paleontologists can trace the species' expansion across what are now 5 continents, revealing how adaptable it was to different water temperatures and depths. And through time, it left its mark not in dominance, but in recurrence. The teeth of Enchidus outlasted even its evolutionary niche, remaining scattered across the ocean's former beds like punctuation marks in the long sentence of extinction. In those curved sabers, there's a fossilized hunger, a record of pursuit, predation, and the brief window when fangs ruled the sea. Beneath slabs of ancient marine sandstone and siltstone, especially in the fossil beds of New York, Scotland, and Estonia, star-shaped impressions press gently into stone like the traces of long-forgotten gestures. These are the fossilized remains of starfish, creatures so delicate and mutable in life that their preservation in the geologic record is almost a contradiction. Yet against all odds, Paleozoic oceans, especially during the Ordovician and Silurian periods, sometimes granted these echinoderms a kind of immortality. The arms, or rays, of these fossil starfish radiate from a central disk, captured mid-curl or in repose, their tiny calcareous plates still locked in place. In some exceptional cases, even the tube feet grooves remain visible, silent proof of a creature that once glided gently across the ocean floor, feeding on detritus and soft-bodied prey in silence. Unlike crinoids or sea urchins, whose hard skeletons fossilize more readily, starfish often fall apart within hours of death. Their soft tissues and loosely connected ossicles are easily scattered by currents or scavengers, but when burial is rapid, such as during storm-induced turbidity flows or sudden sediment collapses, whole specimens can be locked within fine marine mud, their bodies flattened into elegant stone sigils. Some belong to now extinct orders with unfamiliar features, extra arms, spine-covered plates, or bizarre feeding structures. Others are ancestors of modern sea stars, their lineage remarkably unchanged across hundreds of millions of years. In these fossils, the marine world shows a rare kindness, preserving not violence or struggle, but grace. In museums and private collections, fossil starfish are often overlooked, yet they represent one of the most fragile successes of paleontology. Each one captures a moment of stillness, a life paused in motion before disintegration could take hold. In the Hunsrück slate of Germany, some starfish fossils exhibit astonishing detail, their body outlines shadowed by pyrite or darkened carbon films, giving the illusion of color, as if a memory had briefly resisted time. Others are found in Lagerstätten deposits, fossil sites of exceptional preservation, where entire seafloor communities appear frozen mid-gesture, starfish among brachiopods, trilobites and soft corals, each species in quiet proximity, as if untouched by the collapse that followed. These fossils tell us about ancient ocean floors, flat, stable environments, where detritus settled and starfish crept slowly over microbial mats and shell fragments. Some specimens even reveal interactions, 2 individuals locked together, or one starfish curled around a bivalve it may have been prying open at the moment it died. Such scenes are rare, not because they didn't happen, but because time erases subtlety faster than it erases form. Yet here, amid the sediment of Paleozoic seas, the subtle remains, not just what a creature looked like, but how it moved, how it fed, how it paused. In the 5 arms of a fossil starfish, gently splayed in stone, lies a soft echo of the Earth's early balance, fragile form enduring, briefly against the weight of oceans and time. Stamped into ancient Cambrian and Ordovician sandstone, far from the deep basins where body fossils usually reside, lie ghost-like impressions, soft, radiating, and perfectly symmetrical. These aren't bones or shells. They're not the remains of reef builders or armored predators. They are the fleeting traces of jellyfish, preserved not in their bodies, but in the subtle scars they left behind, as they settled briefly on wet sediment, perhaps dying in place. Found in places like Wisconsin, Illinois, and Newfoundland, these medusoid fossils are some of the rarest and most debated impressions in all of paleontology. They resemble blooms, a central dome with radial lobes, sometimes with faint tendrils trailing from the edges. Ephemeral creatures captured in ephemeral ways. Most jellyfish are 95% water. When they die, they collapse almost immediately into an unrecognizable smear, barely a ripple in the sand. Yet in specific environmental conditions, when a soft-bodied animal like a jellyfish drifts into shallow water, settles gently, and is buried before waves or scavengers can erase it, a miracle of preservation occurs. These fossils are not skeletons. They are negative spaces, outlines in stone of something that left no matter behind. The debate over their identity has been long. Are they true jellyfish, microbial mats, or sedimentary structures? But in several well-defined cases, the structure matches that of known medusae, with bell shapes, muscular folds, and radial symmetry too specific to dismiss as chance. The sandstone becomes a photographic plate, and the jellyfish a vanished subject etched in sand. In some formations such as the St. Peter Sandstone, or the Mount Simon Formation, multiple jellyfish traces appear scattered across bedding plains, spaced like stars. Some lie in isolation, as if deposited by a retreating tide. Others overlap or trail, suggesting entire blooms washed into estuarine shallows by storm surges. Paleontologists call them Ediacaran-style medusoids, or conularid medusae, and though they are not all universally accepted as true jellyfish, their symmetrical patterns and decay halos suggest life, or the recent memory of it. A few show signs of movement, faint drag marks as the bell pulsed weakly, or the impression of a partially lifted edge. These fossils are more than just rare. They are moments of softness preserved in stone, a feat seldom seen in Earth's record. They offer a glimpse of life before skeletons were common, before armored creatures dominated the seas. In an era when evolution was still experimenting, when body plans were malleable, and death often went unrecorded, the jellyfish left these subtle echoes behind. No sting remains, no tentacle, no muscle, just the shape, just the suggestion. And perhaps that is why they matter. They show that even the most fragile, the most fluid forms of life can sometimes leave a trace deep enough to survive the press of time, the weight of oceans, and the silence of stone. Deep within the laminated layers of Cambrian oil shale, particularly in the margin formation of Utah, and the famed Chengjiang biota of China, slender-bodied shrimp-like creatures lie flattened, their chitinous shells pressed thin between ribbons of dark organic mud. These ancient arthropods, among the earliest crustaceans, date back over 500 million years, suspended in time by the anoxic, low-energy basins that birthed them. Unlike their armored trilobite cousins, these shrimp had more delicate exoskeletons, segmented abdomens, and long, trailing antennae. Their fossils often appear in remarkable detail, jointed legs tucked under the thorax, tiny compound eyes raised on stalks, and in rare cases, the wisps of soft tissues faintly outlined in carbon. Their forms drift through stone like mid-swim silhouettes, caught mid-pulse. Their death not a dramatic collapse, but a quiet settling. The oil shale itself is key, a sediment born from deep basins devoid of oxygen, where organic matter could settle and compress over eons. It is dark, rich, and finely laminated, forming a near-perfect trap for preserving the bodies of soft-bodied creatures. Many of these Cambrian shrimp belong to extinct lineages, early Malacostracans or stem group arthropods, and their detailed preservation gives paleontologists a rare glimpse into how complex marine locomotion first evolved. Some fossils even show internal organs, such as digestive tracts, preserved as faint traces. Others lie next to trilobites, preapollid worms or primitive fish, painting a complete picture of Cambrian food webs. These shrimp were not the stars of their time, but they were everywhere, weaving between fronds, burrowing in silt, or drifting near the bottom, their survival tied to movement and mud. Part B. While trilobites evolved armor and dominance, the shrimp of Cambrian seas adapted for agility. Their segmented abdomens and paddle-like limbs allowed for quick darting motions, backwards escapes, and precise scavenging along the seafloor. Some had protective carapaces that folded over their gills. Others bore long tail fans used for steering. In fossil beds where mass death occurred, perhaps after algal blooms or sudden shifts in salinity, hundreds of these shrimp appear layered like pages in a book, each pressed neatly in position, their antennae curled, their exoskeletons shimmering with pyritized sheen or oily residue. These aren't just specimens, they're moments of marine stillness. A shoal stopped mid-motion, a pulse of life made geologic. Their discovery in oil shale is more than just a paleontological win. It is a convergence of biology, chemistry, and time. These shrimp fossils help track the rise of complex marine ecosystems, showing how arthropods diversified and flourished long before vertebrates took to the sea. Their limbs became templates for crabs, lobsters, and insects. Their gill structures hint at the ancestral roots of respiration. Their behavior, seen in their burrows, groupings, and feeding patterns, lays the foundation for ecological modeling of ancient seas. What remains today is not just form, but narrative, an entire life cycle caught between oil-rich pages of stone. In these shrimp, fossilized mid-swim, we witness the early choreography of survival, as delicate limbs moved through waters now locked in silence. Far below the reach of sunlight, in sediments drawn from the abyssal plains of the North Pacific, lie the fragile remnants of organisms more glass than flesh. These are the fossilized skeletons of hexactinellid sponges, also known as glass sponges, ancient inhabitants of the deep sea whose delicate silica frameworks once filtered water in total darkness. Unlike their soft-bodied relatives, these sponges built intricate internal scaffolds made of spicules, microscopic rods of silicon dioxide that intersect at precise angles, forming lattices as intricate as cathedral windows. When buried quickly in fine sediment, these silica structures fossilized in full, preserving the architectural purity of life, built to withstand the pressures of the deep. Recovered from deep-sea drilling projects, like those of the Deep Sea Drilling Project, DSDP, and Ocean Drilling Program, ODP, glass sponge fossils have been traced back to the Cambrian, though they flourished most prominently in the Jurassic and Cretaceous. Some form simple baskets or fans, while others resemble laced towers with geometric regularity. Their preservation requires rare conditions, cool, stable temperatures, undisturbed seafloor, and low oxygen levels, which makes each fossil a record, not just of the organism, but of its habitat. They offer clues to ancient water chemistry, silica availability, and deep-sea currents that sculpted the floors of vanished oceans. Seen under a microscope, their spicules shine with faint opalescence, the light playing across hexagonal intersections and radial symmetry, a geometry almost too perfect to seem natural. In life, glass sponges were silent engineers of the ocean floor. Stationary, slow-growing, yet enduring, they filtered massive volumes of seawater, extracting bacteria and nutrients, contributing to the nutrient cycles of deep benthic ecosystems. In fossil form, they reveal the longevity of this role, a lineage that persisted even through mass extinctions and shifting seafloor topographies. Some fossil specimens recovered from radiolarian-rich cherts show entire sponge reefs preserved in place, suggesting that, in the Jurassic deep sea, these organisms formed widespread biomes, ecosystems built not by corals or algae, but by spicules stacked into towers and webs, ghostly forests of glass in the black. These fossils, though brittle and fine, are profoundly resilient in their story. They bridge the gap between biology and geometry, showing how life can build with minerals to shape the unseen. Deep-sea glass sponge fossils also help us understand the biogenic silica cycle, where ancient upwelling currents delivered nutrients that these sponges converted into complex crystal frameworks. In their form, there's no aggression, no pursuit, just stillness and structure. Yet that structure remains when flesh and motion have gone. The fossils of glass sponges are not loud. They don't dominate strata or headline museum halls, but their presence in the abyssal record is a whisper from the deep, saying that the ocean builds quietly and remembers what does not move. stretching across the white cliffs of Dover, the deep sedimentary layers of Kansas, and into vast Cretaceous deposits of Germany and France. There lies a rock made almost entirely of the dead, not of dinosaurs or marine reptiles, but of plankton, specifically, the soft rain of calcareous shells from coccolithophores, a type of marine algae, which bloomed in astronomical numbers during the late Cretaceous. These microorganisms floated by the trillions in warm, nutrient-rich seas, forming immense blooms that turned vast stretches of ocean a milky blue. When they died, their coccoliths, microscopic plates of calcium carbonate, drifted slowly downwards, creating a snow of life that piled up layer by layer over millions of years into what we now call chalk. Each layer of this chalk represents the slow settling of biological dust, the final remains of tiny photosynthetic creatures that once powered entire ecosystems. And yet, when you hold a piece of this soft white rock, you're holding the compressed remnants of ancient plankton blooms, likely covered entire continents in water. These fossils are not captured in dramatic forms, but in sheer abundance. Under the microscope, the chalk reveals spirals, discs, and rosettes, geometric and delicate, like lost currency from a microscopic civilization. What makes them miraculous is not their size, but their consistency. In the quiet of deep time, the ocean rained biology, and that rain became the white bedrock of Europe. Part B. These plankton fossils don't just reveal the biology of ancient seas, they trace global carbon cycles, atmospheric CO halve levels, and even orbital variations that controlled Earth's climate. When studied in thin section, they show seasonal variations in density and composition, allowing scientists to reconstruct not just the age of each layer, but the rhythm of the planet's breathing. During periods of oceanic anoxia, or greenhouse warming, coccolith populations exploded or collapsed, leaving sharp changes in sediment color and chemistry. These ancient blooms may have influenced the cooling of Earth by pulling vast amounts of carbon from the air and locking it in stone, one of the first natural mechanisms of planetary climate control. Despite their scale, coccolithophores were vulnerable to sudden change. Shifts in ocean temperature, nutrient availability, or acidity could crash entire populations. Events that now appear in the fossil record as black bands within the white chalk, signals of catastrophe embedded in continuity. Today, similar plankton drift in the sea, still blooming, still dying, still raining down, but their balance is fragile. By looking into the Cretaceous chalk, scientists can see what happens when the smallest things change at a planetary scale. In every handful of that soft white stone lies a paradox, that the creatures most responsible for shaping Earth's geochemistry were those too small to ever see, until their deaths made continents, until their weight became cliffs. Coiled like quiet galaxies or stretched into elegant cones, the fossil shells of nautiloids lie buried across the world. Embedded in the limestone shelves of Morocco, the Ordovician beds of Ohio, and the ancient reef platforms of Australia and China. These marine cephalopods, ancestors to both squid and octopuses, once dominated Paleozoic seas, drifting and jetting through prehistoric waters with a strange mathematical grace. Their shells, chambered and precise, tell stories of buoyancy and depth. Each internal wall, called a septum, marked a moment of growth, a pause in time sealed with calcium carbonate. As the creature grew, it moved forward in its shell, leaving behind a spiraled path of empty rooms, a living history of motion and adaptation. Some nautiloids were orthoconic, their shells long and straight, like underwater javelins. Others coiled tightly, resembling their living relative, Nautilus pompilius. And some, like lithoites, combined both, beginning straight and curving later. Their diversity was astonishing. At their peak, during the Ordovician and Silurian periods, nautiloids may have been the top predators in the ocean, using tentacles to seize prey and beaks to crush exoskeletons. Their fossils are often polished into black and white marbles, the spiral structures gleaming with subtle geometry. In limestone quarries, entire rock faces ripple with nautiloid impressions, each one a still echo of life that once moved with purpose through ancient silent seas. The secret to their fossil longevity lies in their shells, not just hard, but patterned, layered and uniquely resistant to time. The siphuncle, a tube running through the shell's chambers, allowed them to regulate buoyancy by moving fluids and gases. It is often visible in fossils as a line threading through the center, like a stitch holding memory together. In coiled species, the whorls offer not only visual beauty, but insights into growth rate, life stage, and even depth preferences. Some shells show stress fractures, boreholes or healed injuries, evidence of ancient predators or turbulent environments. Others are preserved in perfect symmetry, as if death came gently, and time offered no resistance to form. In some deposits, fossil nautiloids appear so frequently that locals once mistook them for snake stones, moon coils, or remnants of celestial spirals. But what they are is simpler and more extraordinary, the resting places of animals that use geometry to rise and fall in the ocean. Though most nautiloid lineages went extinct by the end of the Paleozoic, a few survived into the Mesozoic, and one, the living Nautilus, still drifts in Pacific coral reefs, its form unchanged for over 400 million years. The limestone remembers both the extinct and the enduring, and when we split the stone and see that perfect spiral or silent tube, we see not just death, but an equation that once lived, part predator, part engineer, all ocean. Scattered across black shale and ancient seabed limestones from the Devonian and Silurian periods, thousands of small tapered cones lie in quiet rows, some barely the length of a fingernail, others stretching to several centimeters. These are the fossil shells of tentaculites, a group of extinct marine organisms that once carpeted seafloors in shallow epicontinental seas, especially those of what is now North America and Central Europe. Their shape is deceptively simple, narrow, cone-like shells with fine annulations etched in their sides, like the grooves of a forgotten instrument. And yet, despite their abundance and detail, the true identity of tentaculites remains uncertain, a long-standing riddle in paleontology. They are not mollusks, not annelids, not brachiopods, though they have been proposed as each in turn. Some species show a small aperture at the wider end, leading paleontologists to speculate about soft-bodied inhabitants that once extended tentacles outward to feed on plankton. Others reveal internal chambering, hinting at buoyancy control or protective inner partitions. But most fossils present only the shell, empty, perfect, conical. In some fossil beds, such as the Hamilton Group in New York or the Hunsrück slate in Germany, tentaculites appear in such numbers, they form a near-continuous background, as if the sea once breathed them out by the million. And yet no living descendant remains, and no fossil has yet clearly shown their anatomy. They are cones without a body, instruments without a player, and still they persist, undisturbed in stone. The mystery of tentaculites deepens with their ecological behavior. Some scholars believe they floated just above the sediment, anchored lightly, or drifting near the bottom, filter feeding from nutrient-rich waters. Others suggest they were planktic, rising and falling with water density, their conical shapes ideal for minimizing drag in calm marine layers. A few were likely epibenthic, lying directly on the seafloor, perhaps half buried or clustered in mats. And yet, even across these ecological niches, the form remains unchanged. The cone, simple, silent, undefinable. What tentaculites leave behind is not grandeur or violence, but presence. They remind us that in ancient oceans life didn't need drama to persist, only a shape that worked. Paleontologists still debate their classification, with recent studies using scanning electron microscopes to analyze shell microstructure, searching for clues in crystal grain and mineral layering. But the mystery remains. We know how they fossilized, we know where they lived, we know their shape, but we do not know what they were. In a way, they are the fossil equivalent of a question whispered across time, a cone in black shale, a trace of life with no name we can be sure of. And still they remain, like punctuation in the sediment, asking what else we haven't yet understood about the sea. Across the sunlit reef zones of the late Jurassic and Cretaceous, a different kind of fish flourished, one not built for speed or open water pursuit, but for tight maneuvering and the crushing of hard-shelled prey. These were the pycnodonts, now fossilized in abundance throughout the Solnhofen limestone of Germany, the marine beds of Lebanon, and the lagoonal deposits of Italy and North Africa. Their bodies were deep and rounded, almost disc-like, with short snouts and powerful jaws packed with rows of pavement-like teeth. Those teeth were their signature, flattened, overlapping plates, built not for slicing flesh, but for grinding mollusks, crustaceans, and armored invertebrates, the hard-shelled treasures of coral lagoons and shallow tropical seas. Pycnodonts swam with precision, not power. Their compressed bodies and long dorsal fins let them glide through reefs with tight control, hovering near the seafloor or darting between coral arms. Some species bore extended tail fins or beak-like snouts, while others had head crests or armored scales shimmering in iridescent patterns. Fossils of these fish are often preserved in remarkable articulation, skeletons spread delicately across lithographic limestone, their bone plates outlined in fine sediment like etchings in ivory. In many cases, their gut contents remain visible, packed with shell fragments, tiny echinoids, or broken exoskeletons. In death, they reveal how fully adapted they were to their niche, reef dwellers that turned crushing into an art form. Despite their abundance in the fossil record, pycnodonts left no modern descendants. Their lineage, while successful for over 100 million years, eventually faded as newer teleost fishes evolved faster swimming styles, better jaws, and more generalized diets. Yet in their time, pycnodonts were dominant in their corner of the ecosystem, filling the same role that modern triggerfish or parrotfish now hold. Fossils from the Cretaceous of Israel even show pycnodonts in reef assemblages with sharks, rays, and early bony fish, suggesting a rich web of life where shell crushers kept populations in balance, preventing overgrowth and clearing dead coral from living reef. Some species grew large, over 2 feet long, with reinforced jawbones and unusually thick skulls. Others remained small, schooling among anemones and sea fans. Their fossils have been studied not only for evolutionary insight but for paleoecological reconstructions, their abundance helping scientists map out ancient coastlines, lagoonal salinity, and water temperature gradients. In these fish we see a form so finely tuned to its purpose that it endured for epochs, only to vanish when the reefs changed. The pycnodonts were reef cleaners, mollusk breakers, and silent sculptors of coral gardens. Their deep bodies may have moved slowly, but their impact was constant. And now, they remain in stone, not erased, just retired, fossilized in the places where sunlight once filtered through warm, shallow waters, and the sound of crushing shells echoed in sand. In the Jurassic marine beds of what is now Europe, particularly in the finely laminated deposits of Bavaria and southern France, paleontologists uncovered the remains of an enigmatic, heavily armored fish known as Ligarosticus. Unlike the streamlined predators of its time, Ligarosticus carried a shell so deep and thick it resembled a swimming fortress, a broad ovate shield of interlocking dermal plates that protected its flanks and spine like a living tank. At first glance, the creature appeared immobile, almost sedentary, more stone than flesh. But further study of its jointed fins, robust musculature, and sensory canals revealed a patient but mobile grazer, one that moved with deliberate grace through Jurassic shallows and estuarine deltas, feeding along the bottom in safety born of armor. Its shell structure is what sets Ligarosticus apart. While many bony fish evolved scales for flexibility or speed, this genus invested in sheer defensive mass. Fossils show dorsal ridges and lateral line systems buried beneath a dense mosaic of bone tiles, not unlike those of placoderms from earlier epochs. Some specimens even preserve traces of skin impressions and fin rays beneath the outer carapace, suggesting that despite its heavy build, Ligarosticus retained enough mobility to forage over wide stretches of seafloor. Its jaws were flat and strong, packed with rows of molar-like teeth, ideal for crushing mollusks, echinoderms, and tough-shelled invertebrates embedded in sediment. It wasn't a hunter in the traditional sense. It was a slow-moving engine of consumption, grinding the past beneath its jaws. For decades, the classification of Ligarosticus remained uncertain. Some paleontologists placed it among the pycnodontiforms, while others saw echoes of early actinopterygian evolution. a line that would eventually lead to modern ray-finned fishes. What is certain is that it lived during a time of rich ecological competition, alongside sharks, marine crocodiles, ammonites, and early marine reptiles. Yet few predators targeted Ligarosticus. Its armor was too thick, its profile too cumbersome, and its methodical feeding left few vulnerabilities. In the rare fossilized instances where bite marks appear on its shell, the damage is often superficial, scrapes or gouges rather than breaches, as if even ancient sharks knew better than to waste effort on something so stubbornly defended. Ligarosticus fossils are now a key part of museum displays showcasing Jurassic marine biodiversity, but in the wild, it likely moved unnoticed, blending with seafloor textures, a part of the substrate more than a spectacle. Where fast-swimming predators chased and lunged, Ligarosticus pressed onward in steady silence, its life a slow abrasion of reef and river delta. Its extinction remains poorly understood, perhaps due to changing sediment dynamics, competition, or the eventual rise of more flexible generalists. But in the fossil record, its armor remains flawless, curved and complete like a seal over a vanished body. It lived without speed, it conquered without force, and it remains deep-shelled and motionless, like the memory of persistence turned to stone. In the faint ripple of preserved sediment, far from the bold outlines of bones or shells, lies a subtler record, trackways, but not from limbs, feet, or fins. These are believed to be the silent glides of cnidarians, primitive, gelatinous animals like jellyfish, anemones, or their ancient relatives, whose soft bodies rarely fossilize, yet sometimes leave behind astonishing trails in the substrate they once brushed against. Found in Ediacaran and early Cambrian strata, particularly in places like Newfoundland, Namibia, and South Australia, these impressions resemble gently pressed grooves, paired drag marks, or slowly widening arcs, as if the organism pulsed or drifted with purpose across the ocean floor. They are not tracks in the conventional sense. They are the imprints of fluid movement in primordial silence. These delicate traces, classified under names like samicnites or arlecnites, defy easy categorization. Some exhibit bilateral symmetry, with undulating side marks, as if from rhythmic contractions. Others suggest anchoring behavior, a spot where the organism may have paused, spread its tentacles, or retracted into itself. The sheer fragility of their formation makes them all the more valuable. It takes just the right kind of sediment, just the right speed of burial, and a complete absence of disruptive currents or scavengers. The best preserved examples look like trails left by forgotten winds across sand, fossilized not by the bodies that made them, but by the quiet, lingering contact between life and earth. Interpreting these trace fossils has always required a mix of science and restraint. Many paleontologists urge caution. The trackways might belong to annelids, mollusks, or even non-biological processes. Yet in some instances, the geometry and context align too closely with cnidarian morphology to dismiss. For instance, trails that widen and narrow rhythmically, with periodic impressions thought to match the bell of a swimming jellyfish or the base of a crawling anemone, appear in soft silt layers, devoid of any hard-bodied fauna. These trails often terminate in a faint circular body impression, suggesting that the animal may have briefly come to rest or died in place. They whisper of a world before skeletons, before shells, when movement left only suggestions in the earth. More than anything, these trackways challenge the very nature of what we consider a fossil. There are no bones here, no calcified proof, only shadows of behavior, residual acts etched in sand. In a time when Earth's oceans were still finding their rhythm, when multicellular life had just begun its great experiment, these gentle traces tell of organisms already navigating, already responding, already interacting with their world. They remind us that the history of life is not only written in structure, but also in gesture. And in the softest sediment of the oldest seas, those gestures still linger, preserved in silence, waiting to be read. In a lineage known for its titanic predators, the 50-foot mosasaurs that ruled the Cretaceous seas, Helicoprion stands apart, not for dominance, but for scale. Fossils of this compact marine reptile have been recovered from the late Cretaceous chalks, marl layers of North America, North Africa, and the Middle East, particularly in what was once the Western Interior Seaway and the expanding Tethys Ocean. Unlike its massive cousins, Halisaurus rarely exceeded 12 feet in length. Its skull was narrow, its body slender, and its limbs adapted into powerful flippers for agile maneuvering in shallower, coastal marine waters. It was a mosasaur built for speed and stealth, more akin to a reef shark than a leviathan, navigating through submerged estuaries and lagoons. The first described fossils of Halisaurus emerged in the mid-19th century, but it wasn't until more complete specimens were discovered in Morocco and New Jersey that paleontologists began to understand its unique role in the mosasaur family. Rather than ruling the open ocean, Halisaurus likely hunted in mangrove-fringed inlets, reef systems and continental shelves, preying on fish, small cephalopods, and crustaceans. Its jaw structure was more gracile than robust, not designed to crush turtles or fight other mosasaurs, but to snap swiftly at darting prey. In many recovered skeletons, the vertebrae show a high degree of flexibility, and the limb proportions suggest a creature capable of tight, rapid turns, a marine reptile tuned not for brute force, but for nimble survival among coral, kelp, and tidal complexity. Halisaurus fossils are especially important for understanding the diversity and specialization of mosasaurs during the final chapters of the Cretaceous. Rather than being a footnote, its small size reflects an evolutionary strategy. Rather than compete with larger apex predators, like Tylosaurus or Mosasaurus, Halisaurus adapted to different ecological zones. Its bones are often found in association with reef fish, ammonites and juvenile sea turtles, suggesting it may have fed along nursery zones or scavenged shallows rich in organic material. Some paleontologists believe that species of Halisaurus exploited brackish environments, venturing into estuarine waters, where larger marine reptiles couldn't thrive, thus reducing direct competition and expanding their reach. The preservation of Halisaurus varies. In Morocco's phosphate beds, beautifully articulated skeletons have been unearthed, some with intact skulls and flipper bones, others with remains of their last meals fossilized inside. These finds have allowed researchers to reconstruct musculature, bite strength, and even swimming posture. Though smaller in size, Halisaurus plays an outsized role in illustrating the adaptive radiation of mosasaurs, how one group of reptiles diversified into every niche the sea could offer. Where others went large and fearsome, Halisaurus moved small and fast, and when the end Cretaceous extinction struck, it vanished like the rest. But in stone, it remains, a lithe shadow gliding through forgotten shallows, its speed captured not in motion, but in the slender bones that remember it moved with grace. Long before fish swam or trilobites crawled, before shells hardened or eyes evolved, the Earth's oceans belonged to colonies of microorganisms that built reefs without bone or coral. These were the stromatolites, layered, dome-like structures formed by cyanobacteria, the earliest architects of Earth's biosphere. Fossils of these primitive reefs have been found in some of the oldest sedimentary rocks on the planet: Western Australia's Pilbara Craton, South Africa's Barberton Greenstone Belt, and Canada's Gunflint Chert. Some date back more than 3.5 billion years, their concentric ripples frozen in ancient carbonates. To the eye, they resemble petrified cauliflower heads or mounded fans of mineralized cabbage. But beneath those ridged layers lies something more profound, a record of the first breath of life, and the earliest photosynthetic oxygen released into Earth's atmosphere. Each stromatolite began as a microbial mat, a sticky surface of bacteria that trapped sediments from the water column. Day after day, the mats layered upon themselves, building vertically, growing slowly toward the light. Over time, minerals within the trapped sediment cemented the structure into solid stone. These microbial communities not only changed the oceans, they changed the air. By generating oxygen as a byproduct of photosynthesis, stromatolites helped trigger the Great Oxidation Event, a planetary shift that forever altered Earth's atmosphere, paving the way for multicellular life. What remains today in fossil form are not just biological artifacts, but monuments to a turning point in planetary history. The sea's earliest architecture, built by creatures too small to see, is still standing. Stromatolite fossils are most commonly found in carbonate platforms and shallow marine deposits, where sunlight could fuel photosynthesis and the water remained calm enough for layer building to persist. Some fossilized colonies are massive, meters across, preserved in cross-section in weathered cliffs or polished marble. Others appear as solitary domes, each ripple indicating a period of growth, interruption, or sediment shift. In some ancient formations, entire bedding plains ripple with stromatolitic textures, suggesting vast microbial landscapes, not single organisms, but ecosystems slowly exhaling oxygen into a lifeless world. And while most of the world's modern stromatolites vanished with the rise of grazers and more complex organisms, a few still survive, notably in the hypersaline shallows of Shark Bay, Australia, echoing their prehistoric cousins. These fossils, though lacking in drama, offer something rarer than spectacle: origin. They are the earliest fossils in the tree of life that show intentional, directional growth, the first cooperative structures in the fossil record. They remind us that life began not with struggle or predation, but with endurance, silent cooperation across microscopic communities. The beauty of a stromatolite isn't in its form alone, but in what it represents: persistence over eons, oxygen where there was none, life writing itself into stone. And even now, when seen in outcrop or cut slab, the oldest of them still carry that sense of awe, not because they are strange, but because they are first. In the dark limestones of ancient seafloors once blanketing what is now North America, there lies a trilobite that dwarfed nearly all others. Isotellus rex, the largest trilobite ever discovered, was found in the Ordovician strata of Manitoba, Canada, measuring over 70 centimeters in length, a creature as long as a household cat, but armored like an ancient knight. Most trilobites were small, no larger than a thumb, scuttling across muddy seabeds, but Isotellus moved differently. Its smooth, oval body and wide paddle-like limbs suggest it glided just above the substrate, ploughing softly through clouded waters, feeding on detritus and benthic life. It was not a predator, but a monarch of the sediment, its shielded body a map of early arthropod engineering. The fossils of Isotellus are often preserved in exceptional detail, with clearly defined segments, crescent-shaped eyes, and textured exoskeletal ridges. In some formations, like the Cope and Waynesville formations of Ohio and Kentucky, entire slabs are filled with multiple individuals, as though death had swept across a quiet seabed in a single silencing tide. The compound eyes, made of calcite lenses, offered panoramic vision, ideal for detecting predators from above or navigating through turbid marine shallows. Its broad cephalon, or head shield, protected both brain and mouth parts, while the tail section, or pygidium, tapered with quiet elegance. Every groove, every ridge, is a fossilized signature of one of the earliest great successes in animal design. As a genus, Isotellus thrived in the shallow inland seas of the Ordovician period, a time when life was rapidly diversifying. It likely molted like other trilobites, shedding its exoskeleton in segments, a process now captured in countless fossil beds, where disarticulated parts lie in patient disorder. These molting grounds, especially in areas like eastern Iowa and western Pennsylvania, give scientists clues about behavior, communal molting, movement patterns, perhaps even seasonal congregation. Some beds contain both juvenile and adult forms, implying a life lived fully within one marine zone, from birth to final stillness. The size of Isotellus likely offered advantages. Fewer predators dared test its bulk, and its wide surface area allowed it to skim sediments efficiently for food. Yet with the end of the Ordovician came dramatic climate shifts and extinction pulses. Like most trilobites, Isotellus disappeared, leaving behind only impressions pressed into stone. But its legacy remains enormous, not only in size, but in the sheer elegance of form. Split a piece of black shale, and you might find a glimmer of its ancient symmetry, a memory of the slow crawl of armored giants through the primeval sea, no longer crawling, no longer breathing, just resting, regal and whole, in the earth it once ruled. From the early Cambrian seas of South China's Chengjiang Formation, and Canada's Burgess Shale, a group of fossils emerged that defied easy classification. These were the Vetulicolians, strange bilaterally symmetrical animals that resembled no known creature alive today. Their bodies were split into two distinct regions, a bulbous ribbed front half that looked like an armored fruit, and a flexible, segmented rear that tapered like a fin or a muscular tail. There were no eyes, no legs, no jaws, and yet, these organisms were unmistakably animal. Their mouths opened wide, likely for filter feeding, and their tails suggest they swam freely, pulsing through the warm Cambrian oceans in rhythmic undulations, feeding on the rising bloom of microbial life. The most studied genus, Vetulicola, has become the namesake for the group. Its front portion featured prominent lateral grooves that may have served as gill slits, possibly some of the earliest respiratory structures in the animal kingdom. Some paleontologists propose that Vetulicolians could represent early deuterostomes, placing them at the base of a lineage that would eventually lead to vertebrates, and therefore to us. Others remain cautious, citing the absence of key features like notochords or neural tubes. What is clear, however, is that Vetulicolians were complex, mobile, and efficient. They were not worms, not jellyfish, not arthropods, but something uniquely their own, swimming in the dawn of animal complexity. The preservation of Vetulicolians is often exquisite. In the fine-grained mudstones of Zhenjiang, entire individuals lie intact, their segmented tails showing articulation, their frontal bodies bearing faint impressions of internal structures. Despite their soft anatomy, their outline is unmistakable: rigid front, pulsing rear, a primitive design that worked, and worked well enough to spread. Vetulicolian fossils have now been found across multiple Cambrian sites, implying a wide distribution. Their ribbed structure may have offered some protection or stiffness for movement, while their tail likely provided thrust through water. They were in essence a test case, an early prototype in the evolution of body plans, one that tried something radically new. Their extinction, like that of many Cambrian organisms, likely stemmed from ecological shifts and competition. But in their brief tenure, Vetulicolians left behind a puzzle that continues to shape paleontological debate. They force us to reconsider definitions of phylum, of ancestry, of what it means to be animal. Because the sea's early experiments were not all linear, some paths like that of Vetulicolians branched, flourished, and vanished, taking their blueprint with them. And all we have now are the fossil's faint outlines in ancient shale, a ribbed body, a segmented tail, a silent presence from a time before the world made sense, but when life was already reaching forward, into forms no one would ever see again. Etched into the fine-grained sediments of ancient ocean basins, Neretes trace fossils offer a subtle but profound glimpse into life in the abyss. Unlike body fossils that preserve bones or shells, Neretes are ichnofossils, the preserved movement of life rather than its remains. These intricate, looping patterns wind across bedding planes in rocks known as flysch, deep-sea turbidite deposits formed by submarine landslides and shifting seafloor currents. Found in regions like the Alps, the Appalachians, and parts of Japan and Spain, these fossil trails are attributed to the motion of invertebrates, burrowing, feeding, or crawling through sediment. The organism itself is almost never preserved, but its decision, its path, that remains. The most distinctive Neretes forms consist of paired lobes, or tight meanders, often resembling the trail of a small creature, slowly working its way just beneath the sediment-water interface. Some are interpreted as feeding trails, created by animals such as worm-like polytietes or small arthropods, as they sifted through organic material. Others may represent resting or locomotion marks, moments when a creature paused, turned, or reversed course. Because the flysch layers are deposited rapidly and under deep water, these traces suggest that life not only existed in the darkness, but that it actively shaped the sedimentary fabric of the ocean floor. Each swirl, each branch, is a gesture, a record of presence in places too deep for light to reach. What makes Neretes particularly evocative is their universality. These traces appear in Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and Cenozoic rocks alike, showing that deep-sea invertebrates have long explored and exploited benthic surfaces in similar ways. Despite countless extinctions and shifts in marine life, the basic patterns, looping, probing, weaving, remain familiar. Some neorites are so consistently formed that they've become index ichnofossils, used to help date and interpret sedimentary sequences. And in some fossil-rich regions, like the Italian Apennines, entire mountainsides reveal successive layers of these ancient seafloor activities, like a library of vanished motions pressed into stone. There is something humbling in these tracks. They are not left by giants or by beasts of drama, but by the anonymous, by burrowers, grazers, quiet survivors in the deep. And yet their legacy persists across geological time, visible even now as delicate paths and furrows under our fingers. The neorites trace fossils tell us that the deep sea was never empty, it was never still. Beneath the weight of shifting sediment and crushing depth, life persisted, moving grain by grain, leaving its trail not in the sky, but in the quiet canvas of the abyss. Beneath the frigid seafloor, off the coast of East Antarctica, hidden beneath layers of compacted Ice Age sediment and volcanic ash, scientists retrieved something almost too delicate to imagine: the fossilized remains of diatoms, microscopic algae, encased in silicate shells, as intricate as snowflakes. Extracted from ocean drilling cores taken near the Wilkes Land margin and the Ross Sea, these diatom fossils date back tens of millions of years, to a time when Antarctica was not a frozen wasteland, but a lush, temperate region laced with forests and teeming with life. Each diatom shell, or frustule, is no larger than a grain of silt. Yet when viewed under a microscope, it reveals an architecture of impossible complexity: radiating spokes, radial pores, and perforated domes, all etched in near-perfect symmetry. These diatoms once drifted near the ocean's surface in vast blooms, absorbing sunlight and carbon dioxide, forming the base of ancient marine food webs. When they died, their silicate skeletons rained down to the seafloor, layer upon layer, forming deep diatomaceous ooze, a quiet archive of climate, chemistry, and extinction. What the cores revealed was shocking: fossil diatoms in layers where no one expected them. Eocene age fossils about 56 to 34 million years old, preserved beneath far younger deposits, suggesting that past warm periods may have melted parts of the Antarctic ice sheet far earlier than previously believed. In their silence, these fossils told a story not just of biology, but of climate instability, lost warmth, and the ghost of a green Antarctica. The discovery of these Antarctic diatom fossils didn't just rewrite parts of Earth's glacial history, it underscored the resilience of microscopic life. Some species matched known genera still alive today, like Fragiluriopsis and Thalassiosira, while others belonged to extinct lineages that once flourished in the warm southern oceans. Their layered abundance in certain strata points to explosive productivity, likely driven by open water, nutrient-rich upwelling, and long ice-free seasons, a world almost unimaginable compared to Antarctica's modern austerity. And yet through these fossils, we see that such worlds have come and gone before, their signatures stored not in megafauna or tectonic upheaval, but in the delicate remains of plankton that once floated in light. Scientists now use these diatom fossils not just for reconstructing past climates, but for predicting future thresholds. Their distribution, abundance, and chemical composition can hint at ocean temperature, salinity, and even wind patterns from tens of millions of years ago. And because they respond rapidly to environmental shifts, diatoms act as early warning indicators of change, both then and now. What endures is their form: fragile, intricate, irreplaceable. In these shells of glass, we see a living history of Earth's oceans, not in crashing waves or roaring beasts, but in drifting light catchers that died quietly and left behind a cathedral of silica beneath the Antarctic deep. These fossils, though lacking in drama, offer something rarer than spectacle: origin. They are the earliest fossils in the tree of life that show intentional directional growth, the first cooperative structures in the fossil record. They remind us that life began not with struggle or predation, but with endurance, silent cooperation across microscopic communities. The beauty of a stromatolite isn't in its form alone, but in what it represents: persistence over eons, oxygen where there was none, life writing itself into stone. And even now, when seen in outcrop or cut slab, the oldest of them still carry that sense of awe, not because they are strange, but because they are first. Along the ancient margins of rivers that once braided into warm coastal seas, in what is now North Africa's Kem beds, and parts of South America's Bahia Basin, paleontologists unearthed a peculiar abundance of teeth, long, conical, and striated, unlike those of most terrestrial predators. These belonged to the Spinosaurids, a group of theropod dinosaurs uniquely adapted to aquatic or semi-aquatic life. While their bones remain rare, their shed teeth appear in surprising numbers, embedded in deltaic marine sediments, where river met sea and fresh water bled into brackish estuary. Some teeth were found alongside fish scales and marine invertebrates, further confirming that these dinosaurs didn't merely wade, they hunted in water. Spinosaurid teeth are unmistakable. Unlike the blade-like teeth of Allosaurus or Tyrannosaurus, these are smooth and cylindrical, perfectly suited for gripping slippery prey like fish. Many are deeply rooted and show signs of repeated shedding, a natural process in reptiles, which allowed paleontologists to find them in abundance, sometimes in clusters, as if an entire mouthful had been lost in a single thrashing strike. Their presence in marine-tinged rock layers puzzled scientists for years. Why would a land dinosaur's teeth be so common in what were clearly ocean-adjacent deposits? The answer now seems clear. Spinosaurus and its kin were at home along the tideline, patrolling deltas like prehistoric crocodiles, slipping between swamp and salt water in search of prey. The implications of these finds extend beyond tooth morphology. Sedimentological context places these teeth among fossilized sawfish, lungfish, and coelacanths, suggesting an ecosystem rich in aquatic prey. Some specimens even contain traces of marine enamel preservation patterns, hinting at prolonged exposure to seawater before burial. And in recent years, additional skeletal remains, including partial vertebrae and limb bones, have lent weight to the theory that Spinosaurids possessed elongated tails, paddle-like limbs, and even dense limb bones to aid in submerged movement. These weren't just shoreline hunters. They may have been fully amphibious, capable of swimming deep into estuarine waters, where few other dinosaurs dared to follow. The discovery of spinosaurid teeth in marine sediments is more than an anatomical curiosity. It represents a blurring of ecological boundaries. In a time when most dinosaurs reigned on dry land, these creatures carved out a different domain, straddling earth and ocean. And now their story emerges not from towering skeletons, but from the silt, from the teeth scattered like flotsam through fossilized deltas, each one a silent shard of a predator's presence, glinting with the memory of tides, of scales snatched in murky water, of jaws that struck where the river dissolved into sea. In the softly laminated limestones of Germany's Solnhofen beds and England's Jurassic coast, paleontologists have recovered something almost unbelievable: fossilized ink sacs from ancient cephalopods, so well preserved that their contents, true ink, black and oily, can still be smeared onto paper. These remains, belonging to extinct squid-like creatures such as Belemnoteuthis and Phragmoteuthis, date back over 150 million years to a time when shallow seas spread across much of Europe. Inside these animals, a small sac of melanin-rich fluid once served the same function it does today: defense. When threatened, they would release a cloud of darkness to mask their retreat. And somehow, through the quiet compression of sediment and time, that ink remained, caught in the moment before it was ever deployed. The remarkable preservation was made possible by anoxic conditions, oxygen-starved seafloor environments where decay was slowed and soft tissue, often lost to time, could survive. In these rare fossil beds, even delicate organs like gills, fins, and ink sacs escaped rot, replaced molecule by molecule with minerals that hardened into perfect replicas. When researchers split these stones and found black blots inside the ghostly outlines of ancient squid, they tested the residue, and to their astonishment, it behaved like modern ink. Mixed with water, it could be drawn across a page. In one famous demonstration, paleontologists used ink from a Jurassic squid to illustrate its own portrait, linking art and science across eons. The chemical stability of melanin, the pigment in cephalopod ink, is what allowed it to endure when muscle and skin did not. It's a molecule designed for persistence. In living organisms, it resists degradation from light and heat. In the fossil record, that durability becomes even more profound. Electron microscope studies of these ink sacs have revealed intact granules of fossilized melanosomes, structures identical to those found in modern squids and cuttlefish. This has not only confirmed evolutionary continuity, but has opened windows into color patterning and defensive behaviors of ancient soft-bodied life, long thought unrecoverable due to the lack of skeletal remains. To handle such a fossil is to touch time in its most intimate form, not a tooth or bone, but a defensive reflex, a readiness to disappear. Fossilized ink is not simply a curiosity, it's a record of fear, of flight, of life reacting to danger in a world now buried. And that it still stains our fingers, still writes across paper, is more than novelty. It is communication, across epochs, a message, not in language, but in pigment, black as shadow, soft as memory, preserved not to warn or tell, but simply to remain, the last dark breath of an animal gone silent. Let the surface drift away, let the waves smooth over, let the echoes of ancient fins, shells and silent impressions fade into the hush of sediment. You've wandered through eons tonight, from microscopic radiolarians, etched in the trench floors to the ink sacs of cephalopods, that still write their names in silence. You've followed the spiral jaws of vanished sharks, and traced the slow crawl of trilobites through Ordovician mud, not in noise, not in motion, but in the still preserved language of stone. And now, the deep quiet returns. The world above is far away, up where time moves too fast, and breath forgets its rhythm. But down here, in the calm below the fossil shelf, everything settles, everything softens. Every creature that once lived beneath the waves now rests. You can rest too. Close your eyes, if they haven't closed already. Let your breath move like slow tides over forgotten reefs. Feel the weight of your thoughts soften, like silt drawn across ancient currents. There's no need to hold anything, no need to chase. What's lost is not lost, only hidden, waiting in the dark, waiting in stillness. You've descended through worlds the sun no longer touches, and what remains in you now is not memory or knowledge, but the shape of time itself, curved, layered, silent. Let yourself drift with it. No more names, no more questions, just the ocean's oldest truth, that everything changes, and yet everything remains. One breath at a time, one fossil at a time, one night at a time. Sleep now, the sea remembers you, the mystery continues, in dreams.